Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to this Friday afternoon, morning, evening. I don't suppose it'd be morning for anyone anymore. Friday morning? I don't know. Welcome. I'm doing a news stream today. I need to take a break from my other project by doing horrendous news coverage. So far in the sandbox, we have Looney Tunes 9000, John Davis, Nature Gal, Hermeteorologist, and yeah, that looks like all of you. Welcome. I said John Davis, right? I don't know. My brain is fried. It's so fried. This stupid project I'm working on, this TYT video, has been sucking the life out of me. I just hope it's worth it in the end, because I've been working on it so much, and it's kind of frustrating because when I started working on it, there wasn't an election called in Ontario, and I kind of feel like that's where my priority should be lying right now, is with the election that's coming up in Ontario. So I will be covering some of that today, as well as some other news I didn't get to over the past while because I've been so busy, and my last live stream wasn't really a news live stream. And it's like incredible the amount of news that is just like rapid fired over the past few weeks that I'm going to mention something and people will be like, oh yeah, that happened. Like, what was it, 10 years ago? No, like 3 weeks ago. Oh. So, just gonna do some little like chit-chatting until we can maybe get a few more people in here, because I don't want to start all the main news with, people still trickling in, because then they'll be like, what are you talking about? And I'll be like, important news stuff. Very important news stuff. But I tell you guys what, if I get $40 during this live stream, I will show you a sneak peek of the TYT video, and a part of it that nearly broke me. It nearly broke me, as in it took me over 10 hours to make. ADHD OCD can be a blessing and a curse. So if I get $40 in this live stream, then I'll think, it's well worth it. It has been quite the project, and like part of the problem with the TYT video is that Jake and Anna, they keep talking. They keep tweeting, and then it's just like, oh, so that is really relevant to what I'm doing, so now that needs to be added. So I don't know, I want this project done. So tomorrow I should be able to finish getting all the little montages together, which is good. It's taken so long, but all the montages I should be able to complete that tomorrow. And then Sunday, I'm going to relax by editing my book, doing the little edits and stuff on my book, finding out how to make it a paperback from Amazon, that sort of thing. Then Monday, I'll be working on the script again, because once I have all the montages done, it's a matter of retweaking and rejiggering the script so that everything is acknowledged properly, got the right flow and everything, and you know how it goes. So how is everyone in the sandbox? I'm in a chatty mood. I usually am, which is good if you're a live streamer. But also, I'll wait till there's a few more people, but it's a very special day today. I don't want people to miss the exciting announcement or the exciting day that this is. It's been a week. Also, exciting announcement for me. Not for me, but for you guys, I guess. I thought it was exciting for me So there is an election coming up here in Ontario. I actually got approached by one of the candidates' teams for an interview. I didn't have to reach out. They reached out to me. So next week, I'm going to be having an interview with a candidate in a nearby riding. And that interview will then be released. It's not going to be live, which gives me time to edit it properly so you can see like full screen of one and then the other and then both. You know how it goes. So that should be interesting. Hello, Rachel Atwood. I was totally going to mess up your name, and I'm not even entirely sure how it was about to come out of my mouth. Carmen Beno, hello. Oh, it's not a birthday today, but it is like an anniversary celebration. But yeah. Looney Tunes 9000, one special rule. Any troll that comes in here and calls one of us mods a cunt, you're fucked. Has that been a problem? In other sandboxes? People coming in and calling people that? So, yeah. So like I said, if I can get $40 this live stream, I will show you the montage that nearly broke me from the TYT video. That nearly I was not well after I finished it, and I'll explain why. I had a bit of a headache, a little bit. OCD, ADHD, cursing and a bless. Yeah. So let's see, where is everyone? Okay, we're up to about 14 people. We can probably start getting into the news and whatnot. Actually, let's do this first. So during my last live stream, I mentioned a documentary that I went to a screening of. A very good and interesting, informative documentary. And I shared the website with everyone, but it turns out it's actually up on YouTube. So let me just find a good freeze frame here. So it's Yinta, and it's about land defenders, water defenders in BC, trying to prevent the Trudeau government from invading their land, the Wet'suwet'en territory, and forcing a pipeline through. Unfortunately, they were not successful with this particular pipeline, but the battle is ongoing. And many of you might recognize a clip from this. Let's see if I can find it. Where is it? It's near the end, I think. There we go. Oh, almost had it. Where was it? Where? There. So this clip, this part here. Let's go in the right direction. Actually, I don't know if I can show this. I don't know if I can show this, but people might remember this was covered on Democracy Now! So this section here in the documentary is when RCMP officials used an axe to break down their door, even though they weren't doing anything, and arrest both the land defenders and the reporters. They arrested the reporters as well. And so this documentary is actually 10 years in the making. So they had a crew with them for 10 years working on this. Let's see. And it's a really good documentary, really in depth. It covers a lot of ground and stuff. Really worth a watch. And since it is free on YouTube, I strongly recommend that you give it a go. Yeah, this is them breaking down the door with an axe right here. Let's see. This part was on Democracy Now!, so I think it should be safe to play briefly.
Get your fucking gun off me! This is sovereign, but do it in land!
So really, really scary stuff to be involved with. So I'm going to toss this link into the sandbox. And it's an hour and a half long, so I super, super recommend that people give it a watch. Thank you, Carmen Bonneau, for the $1.99 Canadian. Really appreciate it, and the heart sticker, really appreciate that. I guess we're 18, oh, I said $40, didn't I? $40 in this live stream. You get to see a really cool montage from the TYT video I've been working on that nearly broke me. And Looney Tunes 9000 says, it was yesterday. I was called that by a troll with 6 burner accounts on the Surfs chat last night, Sandy. Well, that sucks. Yeah, no name calling. Debate, hostile debate even, I'm fine with in the sandbox, but no name calling, keep it level. And Carmen Bonneau says Molly is so brave. Is that her name? I'm so bad with names. I watched the whole documentary. I can't tell you a single name of the people that were in it, but it's an incredible documentary. Like I said, it spans 10 years. It's 10 years in the making. And just the fight of Indigenous peoples trying to prevent the Canadian government from, invading their land, shoving a pipeline through it, which could be very, detrimental to their water. They have a river there that's still clean enough that they can drink directly from it. So it's super threatening. And Carmen saying, yep, that's her name. Yeah, unfortunately, like I said, I'm horrible with remembering names. But yeah, there was a screening of it and a bit of a conversation with somebody involved with the making of it and whatnot. So yeah, but today is a special day. It's a special day. It's a special day, or so I've been told. It is it's LT9K Day, February 7th. Show your appreciation for Looney Tunes 9000, the mod that is generally speaking in multiple chats at a time. There we go. This is mirrored. It's really hard to figure out how to do this. There we go. And no, I don't really have any music to go around with it. Let's see. Is it this one? Nope. What did I just move? OBS can be such a pain sometimes. Okay, yeah. That's the right. Why aren't you letting me turn it in a fun way? No, that's not what I wanted to do with it. There we go. Where? It should let me. Oh, maybe I have to do it up here. There we go. Woo! Let's do this one. Dun 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 dun. Do 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 do. Boom. There we go. No. Okay. Yeah. Anyway. The mod that is usually in multiple chats at any given time. Which, I know I'm not the only one that you mod for. Hello, Christy Zed. Frida. I remember Frida, Carmen. I remember that name now that you mention it. Frida, yeah. I did not do that artwork, Looney Tunes 9000. It is courtesy of the letter hack. He was sending it around to everyone to remind everyone. And since, I don't know, am I the only one streaming today? I imagine if he's streaming later on tonight, he'll probably put it up too. Hello, B-Cat. Wow, I have so many mods in right now, it's starting to look like a letter hack stream. Here's your gift, Looney Tunes. Kitty! Oh, good for Gabby. Hello. And Crotchy. You'll always be crotchety in my heart. It serves you right for waiting, what, a year before you correct me on how to say your name? Can you purr into the mic? No? He's purring, and it's a bit of a quiet purr. Be a quiet purr. Oh, okay, I need you down. I need you down, sweetie. Yeah, so for all the people... He never listens. He never listens, this guy. When he wants his lap time, he wants his lap time. Don't you? Don't you? But he's such a big, heavy kitty. Yes, you are a chunker. I'm having to really start to like restrict his eating right now, which is super frustrating. Okay, no, you need to go down. Because Frodo, whenever he indicates he wants food, I need to put food down because Frodo is super skinny. But then as soon as I put food down, then Abernathy wants some. And so I have to put down a little for Abernathy so he doesn't bug Frodo. But then I have to take it away as soon as Frodo's done eating whatever he's going to eat. Okay, no, I need you down. I need you down. Also, this past week, I had to get a new external hard drive because I was having a bit of an anxiety attack. Because, how many times do I have to kick you down, cat? I was having a little bit of an anxiety attack because my computer got full. Like, it was full. And then I have an external hard drive. But it was also full. Like, full, and it's an old external hard drive. So it was really interfering with my ability to like do live streams and things of that sort because there's no more room on my computer. So I had to order a new external hard drive that's like 5 terabytes. And so I got that and I've backed up the file that I'm doing for the videos because my God, if I have to do that over again, I'm done. I'm done. There's no way I'd be able to compile all the clips again the way that I have. It would be literally impossible. Like, I don't think people understand the amount of work I have had to put into this stupid video. And I keep on calling it a stupid video. I hope it does good. But I can show you guys on the screen like what I'm talking about. So this is one of the editing file things. And so each black line that you're seeing here is a clip from like a different video that I've kind of put together for montages. And then I've put these flags together to let me know, okay, this section is about Hitler. This section is about percent disagreement. This part is about a skewed view. This part is about Christina. This part is about mods quit. And that's not all. That is number 1 because it became so much that the editing program was having a hard time dealing with all of those clips up at the top there that I'm scrolling through. It became too much. So that is screen 1. This is screen 2. I'm going to put together, well, I have a playlist of like all the videos that I'm pulling from. The playlist is currently private. I'll make it public after I make the video public so that, you know, my challenge for people is to go and check my sources. You know, if they think I'm taking anything out of context, basically I'm saying you can't accuse me of taking anything out of context until you go check it yourself, because I'm doing this in the best of faith as possible. And so all the videos that I'm pulling from are in a playlist, and it's also just there for me so that I can go back to it and search for the videos and search for certain things and whatnot in it so that I can, you know, pull the clips from that I need and stuff. There's over 100 videos on that playlist. I'm being thorough with this video. Super thorough. And Looney Tunes 9000 is wondering when the video will be finished. I don't know. I don't know. I want it done like now because I want to focus on the Ontario election, because election day is on the 27th of this month. But like I said, when I started this video, the election hadn't been called yet. But that's where I want my focus to be. So I'm hoping, so tomorrow I should be able to finish off all the little montages. Then Sunday, I'm relaxing by working on my book and doing some edits and seeing about getting that available in paperback, because I need that done by the time I also release the video, because I make reference to it and whatnot. And I do a plug of my own book in there. And so then after that, I have to retweak the script to make sure that I have everything in order, put all the montages in order so that I make sure that I'm going to say everything that I need to say and whatnot. And so that will take a few days. So I might not even be able to film my part of just talking to the camera until next weekend. But once I film my part of it, because I have all the montages done already, it shouldn't take that long for me to edit. So it's going to be long. Everyone's like, oh, you should break it up into multiple. I don't do that. I dislike breaking up my videos if they're long into like, here's a half-hour clip of it. Here's the next half. Here's part 1, part 2, part 3. I don't like doing that because by the time you get to the last part, you know, less than half of the people who watch the first part will watch the last part, which I don't, you know what? I put it all out there. And the reality is, yes, it will probably be roughly around 2.5 hours. But if you guys sit through my live streams, you can handle it. If you sit through an episode of the Majority Report, you can handle it. Like, that's the thing. People like, oh, that's super long. Not really. It's long, but not really, because a lot of the political content we consume on a daily basis, if you watch the surfs, you know, you sit through a whole surf stream or something of that sort, it's shorter than most of those. It's shorter than a normal live stream I do. And it's very, very clip heavy. So it's mostly clips. Like, this is the first time I'm doing a video where there's more clips than me speaking. So with that variety and stuff, it's not going to seem that long. But for the people who are joining a bit late, there is a montage that I finished earlier this week in that video that nearly broke me. And if I make $40 in this live stream, I'll give you a sneak peek of what that montage is. And so far we have Carmen with $199. So we just need, like, what is it, 18 more people with that much? I don't even think there's 18 people watching this stream right now. Anyway, I should probably start getting around to the actual news of the day. Looney Tunes 9000. The following documentary is brought to you by Left of the Box. Lot B. Yeah. It's not a documentary. It's a video essay. One of those things. Oh, so we have BCat and Monope are in the sandbox as well. Welcome, welcome. And everyone's going like really heavy with all the emojis. I like. It's making it very colorful, very distracting. Crotchy says cat butt. Okay. Let's get into it because it's been a while since I've done a news stream, so there's a lot to cover. Federally, there were some issues within our government. There was a report coming out that was looking into foreign interference in the federal level of the government with certain elections and things of that sort. And everyone was on pins and needles waiting for this to come out because Pierre Poilievre still hasn't gotten his security clearance, so he couldn't read a lot of this report. And then it's like, why not? Maybe somebody on his staff is involved or something of that sort. People weren't suspecting he was directly involved, but people were suspecting he benefited from other people being involved with this foreign interference, especially around India and what India has been doing and all this sort of stuff. And we were waiting, and this is going to be blockbuster and probably sink his race altogether because we know a federal election is coming up. So it was good that this report was still going to get out there, even with the Parliament prorogued. And it came out, and this is what we got. This is what we got. From CP24, no evidence of traitors takeaway from the Foreign Interference Inquiry final report. Now, I wasn't thinking that there were traitors per se, but let's just say for people that were hoping that this was salacious, it was kind of a disappointment. It's kind of a disappointment. Canada tends to be very boring like that. So while Canada's democratic institutions remain robust with no evidence of traitors in Parliament, the federal government should take steps to better safeguard democratic institutions and better inform the public of foreign interference threats, according to the final report from the Public Inquiry into Foreign Interference. And so I'm just going to switch screens for a second so that I can show you guys a certain graph. There we go. There we go, and it pops up. So basically this. Let's make this a bit smaller so people... There we go. So this is a circle thingy, a bullseye for what foreign interference is and is not. And so foreign interference is not this whitish part here. What the report found was a lot in this gray zone. So things that weren't good, but nothing that really crossed the line, nothing that actually affected the outcomes of the elections or anything of that sort. Because we have foreign interference is, and it lists all these things like, let's make that bigger, obfuscation of state involvement in influence efforts of the third parties, further hostile state interests, deceptive activities meant to manipulate individuals, clandestinely or deceptively using entities, person, group, company in Canada to perform duties normally assigned to officials of foreign states. So all that sort of stuff. So basically, there is stuff found in this gray zone that doesn't amount to foreign interference. Like both, I think, in this gray zone and this white zone. So it's like, yay, you know, Canada has a little bit more robust safety nets and checks and balances in there so that there was no foreign interference. But also, then what's up with Pierre Poilievre not getting his security clearance? Because a lot of people were thinking that the reason why he wasn't was because there was going to be something in this report that would kind of, you know, challenge any legitimacy he has to his clearance and stuff. But he's still not getting it, even though this report is out and there's no traitors among us. So then that's still just raising alarm bells as to why is Pierre Poilievre not getting his security clearance? Because if he had gotten it beforehand, he could have easily said, yeah, there's nothing to worry about in it. So a little bit more from this article. The final report by Commissioner Marie-Josée Augue was released... French, so Augue, yeah, was released Tuesday after she was granted a month-long extension. It includes 7 volumes and lays out 51 recommendations for the federal government, nearly half of which she says should be considered before the next election. This is not a new phenomenon, nor should it surprise us, Augue said in a press conference following the release of the report. States have been trying to interfere with each other since the dawn of time. What is new, however, are the means being deployed by these states, the extent of which the phenomena seems to be taking hold, the fact that it's being talked about publicly, she added. In the 16 months since Augue finished first tapped tapped to head up the inquiry. Amid mounting concerns around foreign interference in Canada, she heard from more than 100 witnesses and 60 experts and diaspora members and examined tens of thousands of documents. Yeah, it sounds like she's also doing a documentary or a video on TYT. This video on TYT is like breaking me. Anyway. So here's the final report. Some of the takeaways: no evidence of traitors in Parliament. Late in the game addition to Oeg's study stemmed from a bombshell report by the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. That's the NSICOP report last June, stating some parliamentarians were semi-witting or witting participants in the efforts of foreign states to interfere in Canadian affairs. So this was big in the news at the time. And Pierre Poilievre was like, release the names. And Justin Trudeau was like, no. And this is part of the reason why, was it turns out any names that would have been in there, they would have been cleared. So you were just putting a target on people's back that didn't need to be there. She says there are legitimate concerns about parliamentarians potentially having problematic relationships with foreign officials, exercising poor judgment, behaving naively, and perhaps displaying questionable ethics, Hogue wrote in her final report. But I did not see evidence of parliamentarians conspiring with foreign states against Canada. So again, that's in the gray area that I was showing you on that little thing. So, problematic relationships with foreign officials, exercising poor judgment, being naive, questionable ethics, which sounds a lot like politicians in general. While some conduct may be concerning, I did not see evidence of traitors in Parliament, she added. Hogue calls investigating the conclusions from the NSICOP report particularly challenging task. She writes that while she reviewed the classified version of the NSICOP report, she also requested and reviewed consideration additional information that NSICOP did not have, including raw intelligence and operational reporting underlying the allegations. Let's see. So there's another part that I want to get to on here, because this is like old news now. I think David Dole has covered it. Rachel Gilmore has covered it. Steve Boots has covered it. So there's not too much more that I can add to it other than, where she's mostly concerned. Let's see, where is it? There we go. So communication with the public lacking. Hogue in her report applauds the competence, dedication, and experience of the members of Canada's senior public service, national security, and intelligence community, but adds the government's response when it comes to foreign interference has been far from perfect. The commissioner states that the government has sometimes taken too long to act, that there have been issues with the processes in place to communicate information to decision makers, and that the government has proven to be a poor communicator and insufficiently transparent when it comes to foreign interference. She makes several recommendations in her report amid improving communications with the public, namely developing a government-wide communication strategy when it comes to foreign interference, and other suggestions to help develop the public's digital and media literacy. Could really use a lot of that right now. Hogue calls misinformation and disinformation an existential threat to democracy, and much of her report focuses on that issue. Misinformation and disinformation, the things that Pierre Poilievre loves to peddle in, is an existential threat to democracy. With Elon Musk mucking around with all the elections, and you look at who's supporting Pierre Poilievre, a lot of this misinformation and disinformation is for his benefit. And she thinks that is an existential threat to democracy. I'll put the rest of this into the sandbox so that people can read it if you like. And there is a bit more that I wanted to get to with this. So here's a little bit of a video with her talking about it.
The government has the primary responsibility for ensuring national security and protecting our democratic institutions. But what I have read and heard convinces me that society as a whole must contribute to defending these institutions if we want to ensure their survival. Foreign actors are no longer content to use traditional means to interfere. They are also using sophisticated technological means and increasingly sowing disinformation in traditional media, but above all on social media. Distinguishing what is true from what is false is becoming increasingly difficult, and the consequences are, in my view, extraordinarily harmful. The impact of traditional methods should not be underestimated, but the greatest threat, the one that I believe threatens the very existence of our democracy, is disinformation. This threat is all the more nefarious because the means available to counter it are limited and very difficult to implement. Nevertheless, we must not give up, but rather attack it forcefully altogether. This cannot be the sole purview of government. It will not work.
So we need far more better regulations when it comes to basically what is allowed online when it comes to these campaigns, but none of our political governments, like politicians, like the liberals, the conservatives, want to do that because to some extent, disinformation and misinformation benefits all the political parties. Like to me, my number one rule for any election when it comes to campaigning and things of that sort is politicians are not allowed to lie. Because her meteorologist is saying because then he can't lie about it if he learned about what's in the reports. I don't know if, like, unless he's under oath, I don't see why he wouldn't be able to. Because he lies about a lot of stuff already. Like, that's the thing. Politicians are allowed to lie when it comes to campaigns, which is just, there's no excuse for that. There's no reason for that. And there should be something to hold them accountable to what they're saying so that they can't spread misinformation or disinformation. Because if you think back to the BC provincial election, you had politicians that were spreading like information about like pointing a blow dryer up your nose to cure COVID. But as all the other political leaders were saying too, is that they got the security clearance and they weren't restricted in what they could say. It's basically so Pierre can have plausible deniability. Well, I can say whatever I want because he doesn't know what's in the report. But it's still very concerning because as far as I'm concerned, like he should pass the security clearance vetting. Because if he can't, then he shouldn't be allowed to run for prime minister. Like that should be disqualifying if you can't get your security clearance. Because if he becomes prime minister, it's just granted to him. But I think that should be a prerequisite condition that you pass it first. That way that there's no doubt. It's a good way to let the public know that there's nothing terribly shady, like illegal shady going on with a particular candidate. And, it clears him, it clears the people in his party. And so one would think it would just be a benefit to get it out there and so that he can put the public at ease that he passed it. But the more he refuses to do it, the more concern is there's a reason more than just, oh, then he can't lie about it. It's he suspects he won't be able to pass. And that's what I think, or they would start digging around in things he doesn't want exposed. And I think that's like he could just put the entire public of Canada at ease if he just got his clearance. I have some more on, yeah, let's go back. Because this person here is going to be one of the biggest spreaders of disinformation and misinformation come the next federal election. This man-child, I love the real Donald Trump as much as a straight man can love another man. This guy has severe daddy issues. And the fact that, like, the thought that he is contributing to the amount of misinformation and disinformation, somebody who is unstable as he is, has his own motivations, his own agenda. He's trying to validate his own feelings. He's trying to, oh, there's a word. There's a word. There's a couple words, actually. He's trying to, something along the lines of validate his own feelings and things of that sort, and prove that he is the Iron Man of the real world type thing. But Elon Musk's father says he isn't proud of his son. Like, somebody with this much damage, like this much untreated baggage, because, you know, if somebody is suffering mentally, they need to get help. He's not getting help, and he is inflicting his instability onto everyone else and making it everyone else's problem. And he's trying to prove himself by taking over governments. Like, what is happening down in the States is just absolutely terrifying. So I have a little bit more that I want to cover with the federal election that is coming up. But before that, I do that, I will quickly check the sandbox. Because I'm in a chatty mood. Christy said, this has been the longest 2 weeks I can remember in a long time. It's like 20 years of news in 14 days. I'm still in shock, I think. We'll get to some of it, because... and that's, you know, mainly in America where you're seeing that. But it's been happening here in Canada, too. That is just at such a, you know, rapid fire, overwhelming, you know... And it's intentional, because I was at a doctor's appointment earlier last week or something for a checkup on something. And when I was in the waiting area, they had the TV on in the background, and Doug Ford was up on a podium giving a speech, and the people behind the desk turned it off, and the people under the TV were like, oh, thank you, can listen to any more of that, and on, and they're like, we're just so sick of politics and blah, blah, blah. They're not going to vote, these people. They're just so fed up, so sick with the bombardment of news and stuff that they just completely unplugged. And what that means is they aren't going to bother voting. And when people don't bother voting, that's when you get conservative governments in. Because the vast majority of people do not like what the conservatives do. But the conservatives keep on winning elections because of the amount of apathy in the population. And we'll get more into that with when I talk more about provincial politics. But, you know, I'm looking at these people. They're so fed up with politics, yet how plugged into politics in the first place were they? It's not like it's part of their daily menu of things to talk about. But they just don't want to be involved. And I guess, you know, maybe it's overwhelming. Maybe they don't know if there's anything they can do. So they just want to get, like, it is so frustrating. The political illiteracy in this country. A lot of our problems could be fixed right now if we got in a more progressive government that decided to do things like provide livable wages for people, socialized housing, expanded our health care. Like all these things that could go to benefit people's everyday lives could easily be achieved if we voted in the right government, as in, the NDP, or with the federal leader for the Liberal race going on, select one of their candidates, like the person to be the leader of the party, to be somebody that's a little bit more left-leaning than center-leaning. My preference for the Liberals would be Karina Gould. I don't think she's going to get it. I think it's going to be Mark Carney because he's the strong man type thing. I think a lot of misogyny is going on with that pick, because it's like, oh, well, he can stand up to Donald Trump. But then you look at Karina Gould and she's like this petite little woman type thing. Oh, she can't go toe to toe with him. But I think Claudia Sheinbaum in Mexico has shown, yeah, of course, of course. You don't need to be a big, strong man to go up against Donald Trump. Let's see. Let's get back to the federal politics. It is overwhelming. It is. So David Dole had retweeted out the NDP saying Pierre Poilievre recently held a fundraiser at the mansion of a private healthcare investor, and there's zero mainstream media reporting on it. Not shocked. A complete failure of large Canadian media outlets to not rip the mask off the fake working class persona Poilievre puts forward. And so the NDP had sent this out. While Poilievre is hosting private fundraisers in multi-million-dollar mansions across Canada's wealthiest neighborhoods, ask yourself, what favors are they securing in return for opening their checkbooks? Cuts to healthcare, your pension, and promise to keep your wages low. Come on, NDP, work on that. Do it. Just reread the tweet before you hit send. New Democrats will end the power and influence of CEOs in Ottawa and put your family first. So in the evening with the billionaire bootlicker, location, private Westmount mansion, ticket price, $1,750. Yeah. And the thing is that mainstream media doesn't like to cover these sorts of things because mainstream media serves the establishment, and Pierre Poilievre is part of that establishment. Because, yeah, that sort of thing, if the public knew that, Pierre Poilievre got his pension at 31, he's a millionaire, he lives in a mansion, if they knew what he was really like, as opposed to how he's portraying himself on a lot of these right-wing media, they wouldn't like him. They wouldn't. But he plays himself as like just this everyday person that understands the working class and all that sort of stuff, but he is lying when he says that. And if people really knew, what he is promising to do, what he's planning on cutting, nobody would want him in except for like the extremist right wing, extremist wealthy right wing. Nobody would want him in. People don't vote on platforms. They vote on personalities, which is really sad because Poilievre doesn't even have much of that. But a lot of it has to do with, Poilievre is just a potato. Like, he is an NPC in politics, because he's just an avatar for the right wing, and that's what people are voting in. They're not voting for Pierre Poilievre. They're voting in this right wing agenda, and that's basically what happened with Trump too. Only Trump was more in the lead of that agenda. Like he was more like vocal and loud about it. Whereas, and it'd be hard to just replace Trump because Trump has his own cult-like following. Poilievre does not. So if it wasn't Poilievre, it could be any other right-wing politician in his place and people would still vote for them. It's Poilievre is, as I said, an NPC that is just holding the spot. And that's what people are voting for. They're voting for the game, not for the character. So this is some of the things that people need to be made aware of and how bad this is going to get. So Zoe Dodd had tweeted this out. 40 mg is 0.04 grams. Fentanyl on the street is sold at 0.01, 0.1 of a gram. 10 points equal 1 gram. 1,000 mgs equal 1 gram. 40 mg is a minuscule amount. Basically, every single person using fentanyl would be locked away for life. And they're referring to this. So Polyev would impose life sentences for trafficking over 40 milligrams of fentanyl. The federal conservatives are promising to crack down on fentanyl kingpins by bringing in mandatory life sentences for those convicted of trafficking, producing, or exporting more than 40 milligrams of the drug. We go back here. Yeah. So 10 points equal 1 gram, 1,000 milligrams equal 1 gram, 40 milligrams is a minuscule, just like a teeny tiny amount. Let's call fentanyl trafficking what it is, mass murder, conservative leader Pierre Poilievre told news conference in Vancouver on Wednesday. People who often turn to fentanyl, for one, it was prescribed to them and it became addictive, but also a lot of people turn to drug use as an escape, as a coping mechanism, because they are living with poverty and disabilities and they don't have the supports in their community and stuff. If you really want to solve that problem, you tackle those issues. You don't then just lock away people for life for this. Like, does this include the pharmacists that prescribe out fentanyl? Do they then go to jail? No. He compared selling the drug to spraying bullets in a crowd. The party says under a conservative government, traffickers caught between 20 milligrams and 40 milligrams of pure fentanyl would be sentenced to a mandatory 15 years in prison. Because that has always worked. This war on drugs thing. Down in the States especially. We've seen it. Oh yeah, totally works. When you just start sentencing people convicted of like violent SAs, violent assaults, drunk driving that has killed people, like all of that get shorter terms than this. It is just, you're locking away people for this when there's so many other horrendous crimes out there that don't even get this type of sentencing. It's just absolutely scapegoating this one aspect. Because do I want people out there, selling drugs and stuff of that sort? No, of course not. Nobody wants that. But to treat them like they're worse than a lot of like really horrible people. And again, it's if you deal with the root causes of why people are turning to fentanyl in the first place. And then, if somebody is selling this illegally to people, they should be caught. They should be arrested. They should be prevented from ever doing that again. But there should also be supervised consumption sites, something that, Pierre Poilievre would also want shut down. There should also be supports for people to help them get off drugs in ways that they want to, like programs they can volunteer to go into. So you need a wide array of types of programs, treatment programs for people, because some programs work better with other people. It's all depending on the person. Forced treatment, generally speaking, does not work. But there's a lot of people who want treatment that can't get it because the wait lists are too long or it simply doesn't exist in their area unless you have a lot of money. So to do that, Poilievre said he would repeal changes made to the Criminal Code and Controlled Drugs and Substances Act in 2022 that ended some mandatory minimum sentences and allowed for conditional sentences or diversion programs for simple possession convictions. Those changes were made by the Liberal government after the Supreme Court of Canada struck down a number of mandatory minimum penalties in the Controlled Drugs and Substances Acts in 2016 decision, ruling they were unconstitutional. Yeah, he wants to use the notwithstanding clause already. He's suggested that he will use it to reform bail. And so when you have the Supreme Court striking down something and saying it's unconstitutional, but then you still want to go forward with it, you know you're doing it and it's going to be violating people's rights here in Canada. Poilievre says he interprets the law differently. It's not his job to interpret the law and make policy around how he personally interprets the law. That's not what he does in his branch of government. He doesn't get to play judge, jury, and executioner in this scenario. What I am proposing today will not only allow under charter, it is required by the charter, he said, when asked whether conservatives would use the Constitution's notwithstanding clause to shield such a law from legal challenge. He said locking up mass murderers that bring these drugs in would protect Canadians' Section 7 rights to life, liberty, and security of the person. He noted that 49,000 Canadians have died of opioid overdoses since 2016. Sorry, I pause here because whenever he cites a source, well, whenever he gives us statistics like this, he doesn't cite a source. And the information he can put out there can be very misleading. I'd want to see the source because this seems awfully high. It's possible, but this seems awfully high, and I've learned to be very skeptical of anything he just says. And it's the media's job to say, oh, we've confirmed this number from this source, but the media doesn't do that. They really should. The U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration says 2 milligrams can kill a person. Health Canada says a few grains can be deadly. Let's see. So I think this is Senator Kim Pat, who previously taught law at 3 universities and advocate against mandatory minimum penalties, said she would like to know what kind of legal advice Poilievre is getting. Why would you turn back the clock and do something that has already cost Canadians millions and millions of dollars, first to enact those laws, put people in prison, then to have legal challenges, then enact new laws, she said. A law imposing mandatory life sentences would almost certainly be challenged in court, the Canadian Civil Liberties Association said. Shekhar Rahim, a lawyer and director of criminal justice program at CCLA, said Canadian law already allows for life sentences to be imposed for fentanyl trafficking, and significant double-digit sentences are handed down regularly by the courts. Rahim said that the broad definition of trafficking in the criminal code, which includes situations where someone gives another person drugs for a social purpose or has a person hold drugs with no intention to sell them, is the reason mandatory minimum penalties have been deemed unconstitutional. It is going to capture people who either are experiencing a substance addiction or are otherwise highly vulnerable, and not the kind of culprits, actors, the kingpins, he said. Fentanyl trafficking has been in the spotlight since U.S. President Donald Trump took office and threatened to impose 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico. Yeah, we don't need to go through the rest of this, I think. Breaking Poilievre will impose life sentence for overdoses have killed 49,000 Canadians under liberal open borders and soft on crime laws. Again, I'd like to see where he's taking that information from, because he tends to really manipulate it, cherry pick, things of that sort. That just seems awfully high, considering, Canada's population. But also, people are like, oh, we need somebody strong to stand up to Donald Trump, with the tariffs and stuff of that sort. And so they're looking for the Liberal Party leadership race. They look at Mark Carney because he's a nice, strong man and stuff of that sort. Well, here's Pierre Poilievre and what you can expect from him standing up against Donald Trump when it comes to things like the tariffs.
Our friendship with the Americans is not based on any one politician. It is based on our centuries-long history.
This guy is so boring. So boring. Actually, Make that a bit smaller. My screen tends to cut the top off and stuff when I'm doing this sort of thing, but...
Of trade, of friendship, of common defense, of fighting on the battlefield, arms locked together against common enemies.
Does it not look like this maple leaf is like behind him ready to go like, boo? It looks like it's about ready to attack him the way that they have him framed in it. Like I understand what they were doing with this, but I think it's a big miss, just the way this maple leaf looks like it's sneaking up behind him.
We will continue to build that friendship with the people of the United States. But let me be clear, we are an independent and we are a proud nation. And we will come through this an independent and a proud sovereign nation. We will not back down. We will not cease.
Could you imagine this speech during Independence Day? We will not back down. We will fight boldly into the night. We will, not go extinct. This is it's our Independence Day. He's not good at this.
We will continue to march forward as proud Canadians.
And we will continue to march forward as proud Canadians. Like, put some effort into it, guy.
Thank you.
That is, wow, that is so lackluster. Like I said, he's the NPC, non-player character in a video game. Now, Justin Trudeau actually gave a decent speech about the tariff situation. You know, because unlike Pierre Poilievre, Justin Trudeau knows how to play it to the camera. And this was actually, credit where credit is due, a fairly decent little speech that he gave.
From the beaches of Normandy to the mountains of the Korean Peninsula, from the fields of Flanders to the streets of Kandahar, we have fought and died alongside you. During your darkest hours, during the Iranian hostage crisis, those 444 days we worked around the clock from our embassy to get your innocent compatriots home. During the summer of 2005, when Hurricane Katrina ravaged your great city of New Orleans, or mere weeks ago, when we sent water bombers to tackle the wildfires in California. During the day the world stood still, September 11th, 2001, when we provided refuge to stranded passengers and planes, we were always there, standing with you, grieving with you, the American people. Together, we've built the most successful economic, military, and security partnership the world has ever seen. A relationship that has been the envy of the world. Yes, we've had our differences in the past, but we've always found a way to get past them. As I've said before, if President Trump wants to usher in a new golden age for the United States, the better path is to partner with Canada, not to punish us.
Credit where credit is due. You know, that to me was a very good speech that he gave on this. Just really acknowledging how our countries have gotten along in the past, how we've stood beside each other in the past. But he was also going more towards how Canada has stood by the United States, how we have helped in times of crises and things of that sort. In that when we have a strong partnership, both our countries succeed because our countries are so entwined when it comes to the economy. If one goes down, so does the other. If one succeeds, so does the other. It's hard for Canada to have a booming great economy if the United States doesn't, and vice versa, because that's how entwined we are. So when Donald Trump goes to just impose these tariffs for no real reason, he's threatening to sink both our economies, not just the American one, but the Canadian one as well. Yeah, credit where credit is due. That was a good speech. But speaking of the tariffs, so Trump to pause promised tariffs for 30 days after speaking with Trudeau. Now, Let's switch here. I'm not surprised. As I was saying earlier, I was given my analysis, my predictions, in that Donald Trump will attempt to do everything he's claiming to do, and we'll get more into some of the other things later on. But also, I didn't think they would go through. That there's too many of his buddies' business interests that are on the line, and there would have been pushing back behind the scenes. And so he was looking for any reason not to do it. But here's the thing that I wasn't necessarily taking into account at the time, and how close to the wire it was. And basically, they're on, but then it's like, oh, now they're off. Like literally, oh, we're going to start it in a few days. Psych. I tend to forget Donald Trump is a former game show host. This is all about, keeping people on edge, keeping people engaged, keeping it down to the wire. Like, will he, won't he? It's showmanship to him. Striking terror into all these people who are worried about their jobs, like that they'll get laid off because these tariffs get put in place. It's because to Donald Trump, it's a good show. It's like the self-destruct on the ship, and you're waiting in the countdown, and then there's only 3 seconds left before it goes off, and that's when you hit stop. Or you're defusing a bomb, and there's only like a second left, and you snip it, not sure if it's the right wire, and then it turns out it was, and you had 1 second left. That's what Donald Trump is doing. And so now it's been postponed for 30 days. This exact same thing is going to happen again in 30 days, where it's going to be this huge threat. He's going to go through with it, but then in the last moment, for some reason, no, let's postpone it again, maybe, or let's not do it, or let's do something else. And a lot of it is because he wants to win this game that he is doing. He wants to put on a good game show. He's a showman. And he wants to win this game that he's created. And so as long as you give him the illusion of winning this game, you can keep him complacent with a lot of these horrible things that he wants to do. PM to appoint fentanyl czar will list Mexican cartels as terrorists. U.S. President Donald Trump dropped his plan to levy tariffs on Canada for at least 30 days after Prime Minister Justin Trudeau made a series of commitments on Monday to improve border security. That means there's a ceasefire in the trade war that has potential to inflict major economic pain on workers and businesses on both sides of the border. The country can let out a collective sigh of relief, at least for now. Trump signaled he's not done yet with Canada, saying today he's still looking for some sort of final economic deal with the country down the line. To get Trump to shelve his punishing tariffs, Trudeau told him Canada is pressing ahead with a previously announced $1.3 billion border security plan that includes reinforcing the 49th parallel with new choppers technology personnel and stepping up its coordination with American officials to crack down on Trump's stated priorities, illegal drugs and migrants. I don't know how much more of this needs to be stated. More illegal drugs and migrants come into Canada than we export to the United States. And the amount of illegal drugs, like when it comes to like the fentanyl and stuff of that sort that gets into the United States from Canada is minuscule. Also, most of it go through legal ports of entry. But basically by saying, oh, look, you win because these cookies I baked last month, they're yours now. Like, it is just playing to, again, making Trump think he's won. So this is something that Canada had already promised to do a long time ago. So this whole thing, this scare with the tariffs, didn't need to happen. It didn't need to happen. Because, Canada was already playing ball to some extent with what the United States was demanding. But, because now we restated it and framed it in such a way of like, oh, you won, Donald. We're doing this for you. And the thing is that lots of people were reporting on it at the time, and I kind of wanted to yell at all of them to shut up because Trump doesn't know. It's like, don't give away the game. Trump doesn't know. He thinks he's won. Don't let on that this is something that's already happened because he forgot it happened. Like, that's what we're doing with him. It's like, Trump's memory is so probably fried at this point that you can do that sort of thing with him, where it's like when you give him a gift and he's like, oh, this is the best thing ever, completely forgetting that you already gave it to him last month, but then you get a new concession out of him because of it. Like, it is just, that's where we're at right now. It is stupid times that we're in. Yeah, I again, this is a little bit old news. Like, where is this article from? Yeah, February 3rd. So 5 days ago. This is already old news considering everything else that has happened. But yeah, I guess I'll just read a little bit more from this. Trudeau said, all told, there will be 10,000 frontline personnel working along the border as part of a push to make it safer. The border between Canada and the United States is pretty damn safe. It's safe. The Prime Minister also made a series of new commitments to Trump, including a promise to appoint a new fentanyl czar, and he promised to list Mexican cartels as top purveyors of fentanyl and other drugs in Canada and the U.S. as terrorists under Canadian law. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't. This labeling drug cartels in Mexico as terrorists, that goes down a road that can turn really dark. And going along with that is just, Trudeau said Canada is launching a Canada-US joint strike force that will be tasked with combating organized crime and money laundering, and he's kicking in $200 million in funding to get it off the ground. Proposed tariffs will be paused for at least 30 days while we work together, Trudeau said in a social media post after he wrapped up a 45-minute call with Trump, his second day of office. Let's see, what do we have here? So that's all disconcerting, but I just caught this video, I haven't watched it yet, from Rachel Gilmore, right before I was about to come online. This kind of, she knows how to sell it. She tweeted out, Canada's Prime Minister just got caught on hot mic. What he said is bone-chilling. Justin Trudeau thinks Trump's threat of annexing Canada is very real and is linked to our country's natural resources. But even if Trump wants to absorb Canada, can he do it? Let's see if she has a link to the whole thing. Okay, yeah. I'm going to switch over to the YouTube screen so that we don't have to go through several tweets. But it autoplays, which I hate. There we go. So yes, Rachel Gilmore has her own YouTube page where she puts these videos on, and they're amazing. She does amazing work. But I haven't heard this yet, so let's see how bone-chilling it is.
And could be heard by the media on a speaker.
Let's start that over because I was too focused on nitpicking how this layout was to realize that I had muted it because it was auto-playing. The joys of live streaming. B-Cat, indeed, Sandy. Looney Tunes 9000. Sandy is right. Oh, I don't know what that's about, but yeah, I'll take it. Natural Gal, I've been worried about Trump's fixation on our natural resources since 2016. Yeah. Well, now everyone will be able to hear it now that I've unmuted the mic. Let's do this again.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau just got caught on a hot mic. That means a microphone that he didn't know was still plugged in. And he said that Trump is not joking about trying to annex Canada and make us the 51st state. That's
something I've been saying from the get-go too, that this isn't a joke. Donald Trump will attempt to do everything he has been claiming to do.
Pretty big shift in tone since a few months ago when Trump first made the threat and everyone said he was just trolling Trudeau and trying to mess with Canadians. Trudeau is holding an economic summit to talk about what is going on with the Canada-US relationship today, and he's speaking with a ton of different stakeholders and experts on these issues. And speaking to Canadian executives, industry and union leaders right after the media had been ushered out of the room, Trudeau didn't know that his microphone was still hot and could be heard by the media on a speaker. And apparently a worker was ordered to pull the plug on the speaker after they realized that Trudeau could be heard. But what?
That's pretty like, oh shit, it's on. Go, 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 run. Just cut the cord. Cut the cord. Ah! I think that's the thing that we're actually going to be talking about another hot mic situation with Doug Ford. How are they not more careful in these situations? Like how as somebody who's a politician, when we've seen so many hot mic incidences before, how do you not make sure it's off? That you're not being recorded before you say something that could be disturbing or revealing in ways that you don't want to be revealing and all that sort of stuff.
Exactly was he caught saying? Well, the Toronto Star caught it for us. Quote, I suggest that not only does the Trump administration know how many critical minerals we have, but that may even be why they keep talking about absorbing us and making us the 51st state. Trudeau went on to say that they are very aware of our resources, of what we have, and they very much want to be able to benefit from those. Quote, but Mr. Trump has it in his mind that one of the easiest ways of doing that is absorbing our country, and it is a real thing. Apparently, Trudeau had continued to talk about his conversation with Trump when the audio was abruptly cut. A quick primer on what he means by our critical minerals. Basically, Canada has these reserves of minerals that are critical for a lot of modern technology. And the
Also, something that is going to be more and more relevant as climate change continues to happen: water. These critical minerals won't mean much if people are in dire need of water. You know, one thing sustains people's lives. This just sustains people's companies, which is close enough to something. To the people who are rich, it's close enough. But, you know, Canada has a lot of natural resources like water as well. And yeah, that one has me more worried than anything else.
appetite for these minerals is expected to only increase as we develop new technologies to try to move to a greener future. Now, we could debate just how significant Canada's quantity of critical minerals are when compared to the rest of the world stage, and China has been investing really heavily in Canadian mines despite Canada's efforts to clamp down on this. But the main thing you need to know is that regardless, Canada does have these minerals and they are increasingly in demand. So much so that Trudeau seems to think that this could be a driving force behind Trump's desire to absorb Canada. Trudeau is not the first Canadian political leader to go on record saying they think Trump is serious about this, although Trudeau did do it accidentally. NDP leader Jagmeet Singh said that he thinks that Trump's whole tariff threat is actually about trying to make Canada the, quote, 51st state. The Conservatives, however, still seem to be struggling with the whole Team Canada thing. Because instead of recognizing that, like a lot of us, they maybe initially dismissed it, but over time changed their mind about the 51st state threat, one of the Conservative Party's more prominent MPs came out and accused the Liberals of lying.
We've been told by the people who were at the table that that these comments aren't to be taken seriously. That's
not the case now. So if it is the case that Donald Trump is coming after our natural resources, what are you going to do about it if you're in government?
If the assertion is that Mr. Trudeau was lying, then and that's your assertion, then it should be addressed here in the House of Commons.
Thrilled to see that we're all meeting the moment here, guys. Anyways, this also comes at a time when we're seeing Trump actually be serious about a lot of things that people might have previously thought unthinkable. Like the US Department of Defense just confirmed that the first flight of migrants has arrived at Guantanamo Bay. Trump has also implemented several incredibly cruel executive orders attacking trans folks and their rights. He's proposed to effect—
We'll be touching on that in a little bit, that area specifically. Yeah, from day one, I've been worried that he'll try to do everything. It's just a matter of if the people around him will let him. So, like, I knew he would try the tariffs, but I kind of suspect the people around him wouldn't let that happen just because if the economy is hurt, then his rich buddies get hurt type thing.
Effectively ethnically cleansed Gaza and has basically shut down US aid. That's just like a tiny portion of what's going on. There is so much happening. It's almost like they are flooding the zone, which incidentally is a quote from a disgusting human who Global News recently sat down for an interview with. Now, before you attack Global News for platforming Steve Bannon, which I do think there is a completely fair debate to be had about, and speaking personally, I'm honestly not sure how I feel about it, but I can tell you that Ashley Stewart is someone who I worked with when I worked at Global News, and she's someone who I do have a lot of respect for as a journalist. So from what I know from the work that I had done with her, I can tell you that I don't think this is something that she would do lightly or irresponsibly. But anyways, this did happen, and she asked him about the 51st state stuff. And while Bannon is not the most trustworthy of individuals, this is what he had to say about Trump's strategy. He said Canada should be taking the threat extremely seriously. And Bannon believes that Trump's interest in Canada is strategic and geopolitical. Ashley summed up Bannon's point in this tweet, saying that Trump is apparently trying to establish a north-south economic and military corridor. Now, Bannon was also fired by Trump, so you have to take the amount of access he has with a grain of salt here. Although Ashley did say that during her interview with Bannon, she became aware that a lot of Bannon's staff at his awful little show War Room had actually left to go and work for the Trump administration. The overall picture here is that there are a lot of people, some more serious, some less serious, who are saying that we should be listening when Trump says he wants to make Canada the 51st state, and we should be taking it seriously. But let's take a beat and consider one last question. Is this actually possible? In theory, yeah, like there are processes in the US Constitution that could get the ball rolling on this.
And another thing I've said is that if he does try, which I suspect he will, unless there's people around to stop him, it's not going to be a boots on the ground situation to annexing Canada. It's going to be through the economy, through taking over businesses, financial institutes, things of that sort. And that's the way in which they'll go. But it's not like there'd be warfare, like boots on the ground or bombs or anything of that sort. It's going to be much more corporate. It'll be a corporate takeover of Canada. A much more, what's the word that I have in my brain about this? I guess it's like a corporate takeover. Like if they're just a bunch of companies that do buyouts of each other and stuff of that sort. What's the word when a company buys another one aggressively against their will? There's a term for that, and that's what the United States will do to us. Oh, darn it. Somebody in the sandbox. Read my mind. What is the aggressive takeover of another company from one company? There's a term for it. But put it in the sandbox and you get good karma cookies.
So one of the three ways that this could happen is if they had the consent of basically everyone involved. If the White House got the ball rolling on this with the consent option,
I think it's like a hostile takeover.
in which we know Trump is a huge fan of that concept. They would need the Senate and Congress to vote in favor with a 2/3 majority. They would also need Canada to agree to it, and that's not going to happen. Another way this could happen, as it did with a part of Mexico a very long time ago, is the US could try to buy Canada. That feels incredibly unlikely. And the third and final option is for them to use force. While that is a terrifying option, the CBC actually dug into this question a little bit of what an actual US attempt to make Canada the 51st state would look like. And they pointed out that this would be really complicated, especially from a strategic perspective, because we share intelligence. We know a lot about each other's defense strategies. So the idea of us then turning around and fighting each other is a very complicated idea. And there's also a little thing called NATO. So while it's quite clear that we should and are taking Trump's threats seriously, don't lose sleep over the idea that Trump would be able to actually do it, because that part is a lot less likely. He can try, and like a lot of other things he's done, he can fail. What do you think of all of this?
Like I said, I think he will try. Let's see. I definitely think he will try. I just need to get distracted by something that you guys can't see right now. That's good enough. Let's see. But also with all of the stuff that was going around with Canada and the United States being negotiated, this was out, and I kind of thought it was funny too. Fuck a boot and find out. Like, people keep on saying how this is like reverse engineered Canadian nationalism. And it's like, yeah, there's so many people who are like, don't fuck around with Canada now. Eh? Like, so many people that are like, yeah, Canada, Canada. That maybe before weren't as tapped into their patriotism, and it's come out more since this whole charade with Trump has come out. But yeah, back to the main shot. Yes, hermeteorologist. I think it is hostile takeover in the corporate speak sense is what I imagine will happen. What am I doing next? Am I doing this or this? I think I'm looking at my docket. I think I'm doing this next. Let's see what's on here. You guys can't see what I'm doing. Yeah, and then I'll end with the provincial stuff. Okay. Going to check out the sandbox. We've got more people jumping in. Let's see. Hello, GeoDragon. Nature Gal, rarely in life do we have the ideal choice. We have to pick what's closest to our values and then work on improving that. When it comes to, politicians, yep. The least worst option, as I say. Hermeteorologists and Looney Tunes have both made comments about ads. Let me know if they become too problematic and I will do my cheat. My cheat being, oh, I'll insert ads manually, YouTube, during my live stream, and then my ADHD, I just completely forget, which is half true. But it's more of the willingness to forget to add in the ads. So I put it on the automator, but it is at the most conservative end. So it shouldn't be too bothersome. And the reason why I do that is if I let ads play during my live streams, YouTube likes me better. And there's a better chance that I can get better in the algorithms and stuff if I actually have ads playing during my live streams. So that's really the only reason why. Otherwise, I would just keep it cheating with no ads. But if it becomes too problematic, let me know. And I've already gotten into the hair playing phase of the live stream, haven't I? Hello, Gunstroke the Cybertonian. Even Greta Thunberg said about less than a week ago, time for a revolution against capitalism is now. Absolutely. Nature Gal, I've been worried about Trump's fixation on our resources since 2016. Hello, Tom Trask. For those of you who are just joining, I have a little bit of a challenge for people. Well, it's not really a challenge. It's more of a reward system going on. That if I make $40 in this live stream, I will give you a sneak peek of my TYT video that I'm doing and show a montage that nearly broke me. It nearly broke me. It took me over 10 hours to put this thing together. And only somebody who is autistic, ADHD, and OCD can put together this video. That's all I'm going to say about that. And so far, we've had Carmen add $1.99 Canadian to that fund. So another $38 and you'll get to have a sneak peek of this montage that nearly destroyed me. I was not well after it. I was really not well. Oh. And also, for those of you who are just joining, today is a special day. Boom. LT9K Day. February 7th, show your appreciation for Looney Tunes 9000 for being a mod in like every chat they're in, pretty much. And doing modding work in multiple chats at a time sometimes. Boom, 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 boom. This little logo here is courtesy of the Letter Hack. There we go. See, you can see me now. Don't you just love how graphics work on here? I can move it around too. Watch this. Let's move it over here. There we go. No, I gotta go this way now. Ah! This thing here. Like, can I do like shadow puppets or something out of here? Like, I feel like I need to do like a magic trick or something. What if I make it bigger? There we go. Yeah. I don't have any music for this, so it's kind of ridiculous. There you go. I'm not sure if other people have acknowledged it yet or not, but I imagine if, you know, Letterhack is streaming later tonight, he's going to acknowledge it because he's the one that provided that graphic. But yeah, this is a news stream to break from the rest of the work that I've been doing on this video for about TYT. And I'll give you guys like a little bit of the premise behind the video. It's not so much attacking TYT as it is just kind of trying to reach out to people who are still in their audience to be like, why? But not doing it in a way that is accusatory. It's kind of like I'm going to present people with information about how Jank and Anna have been turning and stuff, and then really question like if you can accept that everything I've shown is in good faith, then how can you, in good conscience, continue to watch them? So it's more targeting their audience, but also for people that just want to see a good takedown video TYT. They'll love that. There's a ton of receipts. There's going to be more video clips in this video than me talking, just showing the path that they've been on recently. But also it's about building leftist solidarity and stuff, because in the video, I'll be pointing out that famous quote from Michael Brooks, you know, be ruthless to institutions, be kind to people. I do not like it when leftists attack people for watching TYT. That doesn't help. They're the people. TYT is the institution. And they have their own reasons for watching it, and I'll get into some of the theories I have about online politics and stuff. But I don't like it when people just attack somebody for watching TYT, because what they know is it won't be the same thing as what you know necessarily. Basically, as I'm going to explain in the video, it is a multiverse when it comes to politics and people online. Like, we're living in a multiverse. So what I see of somebody online and what I understand somebody to be is going to be completely different than what somebody else sees. And so you're attacking them for seeing something that's the thing. You're telling somebody who thinks, wow, this program I watch and rely on gives me all this good information and I trust and stuff of that sort. And, you know, they seem authentic and honest to me. And some random person just says, you're an idiot for watching them? Not helpful. Like, not helpful. And so basically I'm trying to shatter some of the multiverse walls by exposing the TYT audience to more of what they don't necessarily see. Because if all they ever see is what TYT presents, they don't see a lot of like the social media accounts that they tweet out there, their appearances on other shows. Like, I have a much more broader view of what goes on there than a lot of other people who maybe are just like casual viewers of TYT. So it's not about attacking people who watch TYT. It's about trying to bring them into the fold, you know, trying to wake them up to what's happening. Because right now, like, one of the biggest rifts in online leftist solidarity is Cenk and Anna. Like, they're making it more hostile for people, but then accusing us of doing it. It's, yeah, but all of that will be in the video. Tom Trask, thank you so much for the $10. I'm all in favor of achieving a goal. Why, thank you. Yeah, it's, I'm just saying, this montage nearly broke me. I almost started crying during it, but I was so hyper-focused I couldn't stop. If I reach that $40 goal, you'll understand. I'll explain it to you and you'll understand just what I went through to get this stupid montage done. But again, I'll just put up on screen. So I have a playlist that I've bookmarked a lot of the videos I've been pulling from. There's over 100 videos on this playlist of places where I've been pulling clips from. And this gives you an idea of what I have been through. Like, all of these squares here are mostly video clips that they aren't loading into the thumbnails because that's how overloaded the program is, which is why I had to make two. So this is a completely separate one. And so all these black lines you're seeing, those are cuts for different clips. So it's a montage. So like, let's see. I think there's better examples on this one. So times where he's talking about birthing person, times where he's talking about how much the left, oh, if there's a 5% disagreement, then you're out of the party, or people saying you shouldn't talk to the other side, all things which are just not true. But then I also have little flags for, like, here's a part about Dan, here's a part about Hank and the Union, here's a montage about how often Cenk says that the left says that there should be, that we're fighting for surgeries for children, trans surgeries for children, which again, he's spreading misinformation and lies about where the left is coming from to his large audience of TYT. So he's misrepresenting what we are, who we are, what we're trying to achieve, and then accuses us of causing the wedge and the issues and the rifts. Oh. Let's see. So, just check a couple more comments and then we'll get back into the news. Tom Trask says, I just flipped off a guy that lives down the street, but they drive a separate truck, so they had it coming. Yeah. Since Musk started tearing down the U.S. government, I've told myself I will tell Cybertruck drivers exactly what I think of them. I would not want to be driving in something that is so plain. You might as well have, like, you know, Elon Musk's genitalia tattooed on your forehead. Like, it's just, that's how bad it is. Crotchy, the only time I've seen people attack for watching TYT is when conservatives used to think TYT was progressive. The discussion usually goes into how Cenk and Anna are lying now, and if someone is a troll and supports Cenk and Anna conservative perspective, then it becomes obvious. Yeah, like, I'm don't saying, if somebody who is a TYT supporter, and now they're becoming more and more right-wing, if they launch the attack first, by all means, have at it, you know. Don't hold back. But if it's just a casual viewer, and there's an example that I'm going to point to in this video that kind of set off the whole thing. I have not seen a wild truck, a cyber truck in the wild yet either, hermeteorologist. I think that's what you're talking about. Crotchy, I'm seeing cyber trucks in BC, Canada. Yeah, they might as well just have, like, Elon's junk tattooed on their forehead. But let's get back into the news. Content warning with some of the stuff that we're getting into is pretty, there's some slurs that are going to be said. Not by me, but, yeah, it's the way it's going towards trans folks is quite horrific in the United States right now. And, you know, it's going to happen here in Canada too, because it's already starting to happen here in Canada. So Joy Henderson has just quote tweeted out, "Can we stop paying for Catholic schools already? I really don't want my tax dollars going to a bunch of bigots who protect pedophilia on the regular." Can't say that. Well, alleged. Let's just throw that in there, or in her opinion. But this is not in her opinion. This is something that has happened. The rainbow flag can no longer be displayed inside schools of the Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board after trustees voted Tuesday to add further restrictions to a controversial policy. I am all with Joy on there shouldn't be no public money going towards Catholic school boards. There should be no public money going towards any school board that is religious in nature. That's, I don't think that is a hot take. I think that's a pretty, yeah, kind of makes sense. Like we have our public school board, French and English. It should be done at that. But to show one religion, you know, public money over other religions, especially a religion that bans, you know, queer folks in general, like bans the symbols. I'm pretty sure if you're gay, trying to be a teacher in the Catholic school board, not necessarily achievable. Like it would be discrimination if they didn't hire you on that basis, but how can you prove it? You know, how can you prove that's why you weren't hired? Like it's just, our money should not be going towards this. And, you know, the more different areas are allowed to get away with this sort of thing of just trying to, you know, remove queer folks from society, remove the symbolism, strip away, make us more and more invisible, the easier it is for them to start attacking us and putting horrific laws in place. And, you know, we'll see, like in the United States, the State Department, and this is from Ken Klippenstein, the State Department website has replaced LGBT with LGB. LGB travelers, you can see down here. They're erasing trans folks from society like they threatened they would. And all of this, when the Democrats there were too afraid to mention anything about trans folk because they might be perceived as being woke. That being called woke was more horrific than, you know, what the Republicans were trying to do. This is unconscionable. The silence coming from the Democrats and from the liberals up here when it comes to these issues, how they don't want to talk about it because, oh, it's too much of a culture war issue. You know, the way that the Democrats were attacked because the Republicans put together one ad based on a hypothetical from a long time ago that Kamala Harris once said, which I'll be talking about a lot in my video about TYT. But the lack of bones in these politicians to shy away from their principles or perceived principles, or to just turn their backs on entire segments of population because they're afraid of being called woke or being too left-leaning or being too DEI because they just want to acknowledge people exist. Like my issue is insignificant compared to what people are going through in the United States, whereas I don't know if I can travel to the United States right now because my passport has my gender marker as X because I am non-binary. My birth certificate has my gender marked as X as well, my driver's license. So I don't even know if I can travel to the United States. But for the people who live there, all the trans folks who live there, all the people with trans folks in their lives, I can't imagine what it's like for them right now. The horror, the terror they must be feeling, seeing themselves being erased from society like this. And not just erased, but blatantly attacked by politicians with little to no pushback from the Democrats. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has really been the only one that I've seen be vocal about this. So Ari Drennan has said this didn't start as an 80-20 issue. Republicans invested hundreds of millions while Democrats offered lukewarm support and platitudes. And public opinion shifted dramatically. There's a lesson there, and it isn't to embrace scapegoat politics before the other side does. And this is about, the thing about this image is that it's an 80-20 issue that Dems simply handed to Trump and the right appeased to some extreme activists. It's about an easy win as there is in politics. And this is Donald Trump signing the executive order banning trans kids from sports in schools. So he got all these little girls to stand around him. And that is one white ass looking area. All these little kids put on display for him like this so that he can sign this executive order that will ban some of their peers, or maybe even some of them in that room, from playing on sports. Such a tiny, tiny percentage of the population is being targeted so viciously. And there is no pushback from the Democrats. And they let this happen by not standing up, by not speaking out sooner. That, oh, we can't draw too much attention to it or else it might become bad. It's become bad. And then the serfs had just retweeted out J.K. Rowling, who says, congratulations to every single person on the left who's been campaigning to destroy women's and girls' rights. Without you, there'd be no images like this. Queen Turf herself. And the serf's just saying that's a picture of a man with over 25 women have accused of sexual assault or rape, and Jeffrey Epstein said was his best friend. Yeah, all of that doesn't matter, but now a handful of kids. There was an executive order signed for a handful of kids to deny them the ability to play on sports in their schools, to deny them that aspect of childhood, to single them out, to make them terrified. Of course, some school boards are going to push back, but not enough. And Stacy here is just saying 4 executive orders now against trans people. He banned us from sports, the military, schools, and healthcare. Representatives are calling us slurs in Congress. So are y'all done yet? How much further do y'all plan to take this and at what point will other people care? Because yes, Trump has also signed an executive order to ban trans military folks, ban healthcare to trans folks under the age of 19. So now suddenly 18-year-olds are children. In schools and sports, it's just, there's no one there putting the brakes on this anymore. And the Democrats, again, they're too chicken shit. They're too afraid that someone will just say, oh, you're being woke. Like that is somehow more important than the lives of all these people that are just being erased from society. I'm going to show this video. Again, content warning on this. Let's do this banner. I need to get rid of the other one here too. There we go. And then need to change that to content warning. Does that fit? Yeah. Okay. Oh, I should put an S at the end of that. So this is representatives in Nancy Mace, who has already made it so the single trans politician in their parliament can't use the washroom of she can't use a women's washroom. And she's going full out viciously transphobic. And again, where's the pushback? Where are the other politicians pushing back on this type of thing? Because basically they let her get away with, passing those bills restricting trans folks from using the washroom that matches their gender identity. There was basically no pushback against that. So when you don't push back against these things, they keep on testing the boundaries. And if you never push back, then they go full-fledged, hateful, vicious rhetoric and policy.
The gentlelady has used a phrase that is considered a slur in the LGBTQ community and the transgender community. And let me please finish without interruption. And
Tranny. I don't really care. You want penises in women's bathrooms, and I'm not going to have it.
Okay.
No, thank you.
Let
It's disgusting.
let the gentleman state his parliamentary inquiry.
to me,
First of all, she's a fucking child to just do that. Oh, you're going to accuse me of saying a naughty word? Well, I'm just going to repeat it over and over and over again.
a slur is a slur. And here in the committee, a level of decorum requires us to try consciously to avoid slurs. You just heard the gentlelady actually actively, robustly repeat it. And I would just ask the chairman that she be counseled that we ought not to be engaged. We can have debate and policy discussion without offending human beings who are our fellow citizens. And so I would ask, as a parliamentary inquiry, whether the use of that phrase is not, in fact, a violation of the decorum rules.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to be counseled by a man over men and women's spaces or men who have mental health issues dressing as women. I'm not being counseled by some guy.
My inquiry is to the chairman,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Order. The inquiry is about decorum. Decorum is at the discretion of the chair.
That's
I will be
mansplaining,
honest,
Mr. Chairman.
with the ranking member. I'm not up to date on my politically correct LGBTQ terminology.
I call bullshit on that one. Everyone in that room knows that was a slur.
We'll look into that and get back with you on that. I don't know what's offensive.
So basically, she's also facing zero consequence for this either. Oh no, the decorum. But she's not going to face any consequence for this. None. And it's just disgusting that there's no pushback from, all the people who at one point were using trans folks as, we're going to prop up trans folks to help us in the polls, but now that it's no longer useful, we don't give a damn about what happens to them. It's disgusting. Just the fact that they can get away with that and zero consequence for that sort of thing. I can't imagine, I just really can't imagine what it's like for people down there right now. Trans folks and people who have trans folks in their lives. How threatened they must feel. But Nancy Mace is also just a horrible human being, not just towards trans folks. So let's change the banner here back. So this one. And that one. So she's also horrifically racist, which I don't think would shock many people at this point. And so Mike Figueredo from the Humanist Report just says, words cannot express how utterly fucking evil American politicians are. They literally relish the pain and suffering they caused at home and around the world while throwing their Bibles in our faces and claiming moral superiority. Just awful sociopathic cretins. And so this is Nancy Mace, the same person that just repeated that slur over and over again, tweeting out, let's turn Gaza into Mar-a-Lago. We're going to start talking a little bit about what's happening over in Gaza right now and what Trump is planning to do. And again, the day after the election, I had a self-care stream, like a moral support stream, and like in no sarcastic or ironic sense at all. It was just, I think a lot of people were in shock the day after the election. And I just remember saying that I feel a profound sadness, and that profound sadness hasn't gone away. It's only been, deepening. Because, yes, we knew Biden was bad when it came to Gaza. We knew Kamala would be bad. There was hope that maybe she could be moved. But my worry back then was Trump is going to be evil in a way that we can't predict. Like, we can't predict how bad it's going to get. It's going to get worse. And it's impossible for us with a conscious and a sane mind to understand where this will go. And it's happening. I was worried that under Donald Trump, it would get to the point where they would actually add boots on the ground there. And that's not being ruled out at this point because Trump is just saying, we're taking it over. And I was worried that it would get to the point where, other than selling weapons to Israel, it would be they are now actively participating by sending troops. And so this is Donald Trump saying the U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip and will do a job with it too. I haven't actually watched this clip. There's some other clips to get to with this. But let's see what this horrific person has to say.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip and we will do a job with it too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job, do something different. Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years. The U.S. will
And it's not just Nancy Mace that is being horrifically racist about this. We also have our own Canadians being horrifically racist about this. And this is from Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East. If this kind of shockingly racist bile was said about any other group of people other than Palestinians, you have to think that the police would get involved. Because here in Canada, we do have hate speech laws. But nope, nothing's happening to this guy. So Mark Townhay, who is a trusted advisor to businesses and political leaders who seek exceptional results in any market, global experience executive leader, sometimes pithy, no consequences for tweeting out this statement. Accepting Gazans is tantamount to surrendering Canadian Jews to the devil. People who've been programmed for generations to slaughter Jews cannot ever be welcome in a country where they will be expected to live beside unarmed, unprotected Jewish families. Do I have this article up? There we go. So, and this is from CBC News. Israel's defense minister ordered army to prepare for Gaza residents' departure. Israel's defense minister ordered the army on Thursday to prepare a plan to allow voluntary departure of residents from Gaza after U.S. President Donald Trump drew widespread condemnation for announcing plans to take over the Strip. Yeah, it's very voluntary. Where are they supposed to go? The fucking mirror dimension? There's nowhere for them to go. Defense Minister Israel Katz hailed Trump's announcement that the United States would aim to take control of Gaza, resettle more than 2 million. We'll get back to that number in a minute. Palestinians living there and transfer the territory into the Riviera of the Middle East. I welcome President Trump's bold plan. Gaza residents should be allowed the freedom to leave and emigrate, as is the norm around the world. Katz said his plan would also include exit options via land crossing as well as special arrangements for departure by sea and air. Do you know what? They should be allowed to stay and not be slaughtered. But here we have an article from Huffington Post. Make that bigger for you guys. Trump won't rule out deploying U.S. troops to support rebuilding Gaza. Sees long-term U.S. ownership. And this was where my fear was really ramping up. Trump suggested that displaced Palestinians in Gaza be permanently resettled. There's another term for that. Right, ethnic cleansing outside the war-torn territory, and proposed the U.S. take ownership in redeveloping the area into the Riviera of the Middle East. Trump's brazen proposal Tuesday appears certain to roil the next stage of talks meant to extend the tenuous ceasefire between Israel and Hamas and secure the release of remaining hostages in Gaza. The provocative comments came as talks are ramping up this week with the promise of surging humanitarian and reconstruction supplies to help people of Gaza recover after more than 15 months of devastating conflict. Now Trump wants to push roughly 1.8 million people to leave the land they have called home and claim it for U.S., perhaps with American troops. 1.8 million? Where was it? Where was it? There we go. So, resettle more than 2 million. 1.8 million. So before all of this started, there was estimated 2.3 million people in Gaza. There's a discrepancy there. And most people who are plugged into what's happening knew the official statistic of over 40,000 was vastly undercounted, and Trump let it slip in some of these meetings that they want to push out 1.8 million, which would suggest that roughly 500,000 people are no longer in Gaza. And they weren't allowed to flee. the blood on the hands of all the people in the Canadian government, in the American government, the Israeli government that did this. But now he wants to send American troops there too. The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip and will do a job with it too. We don't need to repeat that. We just saw it. Trump outlined his thinking as he held talks with Netanyahu, who should have been arrested because there's an ICC warrant out for him, at the White House, where the two leaders also discussed a fragile ceasefire and hostage deal in the Israeli-Hamas conflict and shared concerns about Iran. Trump said the U.S. would redevelop the territory after Palestinians are resettled somewhere elsewhere and turn the territory into a place where the world's people, including Palestinians, would live. He offered no detail about what authority the U.S. would use to take the land and develop it. All those people that were like, oh no, Trump is less warmongering. I think a lot of them knew. A lot of them knew Trump would do this. Egypt, Jordan, and other U.S. allies in the Mideast have cautioned Trump that relocating Palestinians from Gaza would threaten Mideast stability, risk expanding the conflict, and undermine a decades-long push by the U.S. and allies for a two-state solution. Saudi Arabia's foreign ministry issued a sharply worded reaction. Ooh, sharp words! To Trump's noting their long call for independent Palestinian state was a firm, steadfast, and unwavering position. Saudi Arabia has been negotiating with the U.S. over a deal to diplomatically recognize Israel in exchange for a security pact and other terms. I'm just going to toss the rest of this into the sandbox for people to read if you care to. There's a few more clips and stuff I wanted to get to with this. So here is Prem Thacker saying one of those clips where you have to make sure you're not hallucinating. Donald Trump says Palestinians ought not to be allowed to return to Gaza because why would they want to return? That place has been hell. Next to the grinning man who made it hell.
Peter?
Would Palestinians have the right to return to Gaza if they left while the rebuilding was happening?
It would be my hope that we could do something really nice, really good, where they wouldn't want to return. Why would they want to return? The place has been hell. It's been...
You can't really... It just... He knows he won. He knows he won in this. He knows. He's gotten away with it. He knows. Netanyahu knows he's gotten away with it. And Trump like, oh, well, why would they want to return to rubble? Well, maybe because it was their fucking homes. And maybe we should be more concerned about rebuilding the homes that Netanyahu has destroyed with, you know, American and Canadian weaponry. Bombs. Yeah. Canada, it has blood on their hands again with all of this.
One of the meanest, toughest places on earth. And right now, I've seen every picture from every angle, better than if I were there. And nobody can live there. You can't live there. So if we can build them.
Oh, but we want to take it over so that we can build it into a paradise resort, but nobody can live there. If you can build it into a paradise resort, you can rebuild all those homes you destroyed.
Through massive amounts of money supplied by other people, very rich nations, and they're willing to supply it. If we can build something for them in one of the countries, and it could be Jordan, and it could be Egypt, it could be other countries, and you could build 4 or 5 or 6 areas. It doesn't have to be one area, but you take certain areas and you build really good quality housing, like a beautiful town, like someplace where they can live and not die. Because Gaza is a guarantee that they're going to end up dying. The same thing's going to happen again. It's happened over and over again, and it's going to happen again as sure as you're standing there, Peter.
He doesn't even know what he's saying. just this thing will happen over and over again. He doesn't even know what he's saying. What? That the homes get rebuilt, the Palestinians moved in, and then they get bombed again by Netanyahu and the Israeli government?
So I hope that we could do something where they wouldn't want to go back. Who would want to go back? They've experienced nothing but death and destruction.
Caused by this guy right here. That should be getting arrested right now. The death and destruction caused by this guy. But like, just to show you how... Are you guys seeing me? Let's see. Let me check. I just got a notice saying my, okay. No, you're seeing me. I just got a notice that my OBS had disconnected. It looks like I am reconnected. But, yeah, here's Donald Trump just showing how much of a lapdog he is to Netanyahu. Just, I'll push the chair in for you. Do you think he's ever done that to any of his wives? Been so nice and courteous like that? And just this person saying, literally unbelievable, shame for America. This is an insult to American people. It's an insult to Palestinians. And David Dole from the Rational National saying, doubt Trump has ever held a chair for any of his wives, asking because I don't know how he can't believe how insane this clip is. Is this normal? Has any president ever done this for any other world leader? No, he's just a lapdog. Yeah, it leaves you speechless. What will happen there? What has been happening in Gaza? What will be happening in Gaza? And that there isn't, you know, the leadership, like, again, with Harris, there was a chance that she could be pushed into at least not contributing to what was happening there. But with Trump, there's no pushing. He's just going to do this. He has no right to just claim Gaza. But, you know, all these people that were against American imperialism seem to be very quiet right about now. Now, we do have a liberal leadership race going on, and the liberals were very complacent in what was happening. They could be pushed to some extent to say, okay, fine, we'll arrest Netanyahu should he come onto our land because of the ICC warrant, knowing full well that he wasn't about to come onto the land, so they would never be put in the position of arresting him. There have been some concessions. They have been, okay, we won't make any new weapon deals with them and stuff. We had to work for every single thing the liberals did. But credit where credit is due to the NDP. It did take Jagmeet Singh a long time to say anything about this, but he has. And, well, originally to say stuff about what was happening in Gaza. But with this new thing from Donald Trump, he's actually out in front with it. Gaza belongs to Palestine and no one else. Trump's threats are utter madness. They violate every international law, destabilize the region, threaten the ceasefire. Canada must stand up to this forcefully. Gaza is not for sale. It belongs to Palestinians. And he's replying to the CBC News article saying Trump proposes permanently displacing Palestinians so U.S. can take over Gaza. So it's good that Jagmeet has come right out the gate with that. We need to see more of this. And again, credit where credit is due. Leah Kazan and Heather McPherson are two NDP MPs. And they're not the only NDP MPs who have also been vocal about this. And they've been vocal about it from day one. And so I just want to spotlight them. So Leah Kazan says, ignoring an active ICC arrest warrant and meeting with an alleged war criminal, Trump and Netanyahu announced a plan to seize Gaza and permanently displace Palestinians. This amounts to ethnic cleansing. We cannot surrender even an inch to threats against sovereignty. We cannot capitulate to violations of international law. It's time for Canada to impose sanctions against Israel. Do you think any of the candidates in the Liberal leadership race are going to say anything about this? But they don't want to be seen as too woke or too anti-Israel, so they're not going to say shit about it, because then, oh, well, Anthony Horsefarter might get upset. And here's from Heather McPherson. New Democrats condemned in the strongest possible terms the suggestion by U.S. President Donald Trump that Gaza should be ethnically cleansed. This is a war crime. Gaza belonged to the people of Gaza, Palestinian people. Gaza does not belong to a convicted abuser and felon. The Canadian government must state firmly, Donald Trump has no authority on the future of Gaza, and Canada will always uphold international law. It is time for Canada to recognize the state of Palestine. In the next election, we have a chance of voting in this party. Wishful thinking. A lot of work would have to be put into it, and unfortunately, even though Jagmeet has finally come out and said this nice, strong, forceful statement, I appreciate it. He's not the one to lead the NDP to a win. But we need more politicians, liberals here in Canada. It'd be nice if even the Conservatives would too, but there are so many Zionists within the Liberal Party that it's very unlikely that they're going to speak out against this. They might not be for boots on the ground from the Americans, or the Americans stating outright that they're going to take over the Gaza Strip, but they aren't exactly against it either. Let's check the sandbox, and then we'll get on to the final bits of news. Provincial stuff. You see, the other advantage of sending in super chats is I know how far back I have to scroll. Bookmark the sandbox by sending in a super chat. Plus, again, if I make $40 in this live stream, then I will give you a sneak peek of the video that I've been working on and a clip, a little montage stuff that I put together that nearly broke me. I nearly ended up crying while I was making it. Tom Trask, I heard some Texas state congressmen fighting against school vouchers today. There are decent people fighting it. Scratchy LMAO Sandy, Cybertruck owners as having Elon's junk tattooed on their face or imprinted on their faces. That's pretty much what it is. And John Davis saying just 100 Sandy, so of course everything. Crotchy, I took my kid for a play date with a kid in a private Christian school, ended up getting in a debate with their anti-trans parents. I was trending carefully, and their child throws gay around. Let's see. People talking about policies that Trump was putting forth. Looney Tunes saying Tom, once he became president again, his mission was to make LGBTQ go back in the closet and send us back to Leave It to Beaver era. It was part of Project 2025. You know, Trump is implementing it. Absolutely. Crouchy, so the Democrats won't take care of the economics, and they won't take care of the culture war stuff. Good grief. People seem very outraged at the clip of the Nancy Mace just slurring it up. Tom Trask being racist against Palestinians is so obscenely acceptable in 2025. It's like, what did we call it? Urban renewal in the 60s and 70s when we had allowed states to run freeways through what they called slums. Even today, we call it gentrification, and that's the same as ethnic cleansing. And it's the same ethnic cleansing. No, it is wild how much our politicians are allowed to say the most horrific things when it comes towards Palestinians. MIDI doctors! Wow, thank you so much for the 40 euros. Let's see what the conversion is. Okay, yeah, okay, so you guys are going to be able to see the sneak peek. That gets me over the $40 easily. Why, thank you so much. I want a sneak peek, yeah. Jet, thank you to MIDI doctors as well. Yeah, so, okay, you guys are going to get the sneak peek. So let's get through the rest of this. Got some news about the provincial election that's happening. And I will show you the sneak peek of, let's see, the video essay I've been working on. This monstrosity of a video essay. This is only screen 1 of the 2 that I have up. But there is one of these montages that nearly broke me. Like, I was almost in tears. And when I explain it to you, you guys will think I'm insane, which, yes. OCD, ADHD, and autism is the only way you can put together this video essay that I'm doing. This is the montage that I'll show you, though. It also is very vindicating for Emma Vigeland. So let's get through the rest of the news, and then you get to see the montage I'm talking about. And the thing is the montage is not even all that long, but it took me over 10 hours. I was not well after it. I was not okay. Jet asking me what video editor is that? The interface looks super familiar to me. It's called Vegas Pro. I have some help with getting a version of it so I can do editing. Otherwise, I don't know how I'd be editing. Okay, so there is a provincial election happening right now in Ontario. And part of my frustration as to why I don't have that TYT video done yet, because I want to focus on this. But when I started the TYT video essay, it hadn't been called yet this election. And I have a very hard time of breaking away from one project and focusing on another. So that is like super incentive for me to get this project done sooner than later so I can focus on the Ontario election. Luckily, David Dole from the Rational National has been doing some great coverage on this as well. So everyone can go and check out his channel to see some of, Doug Ford's flip-flopping on the whole, well, we'll get to some of it. We'll get to some of it right now. It's nice that there are other people also covering subjects, so it's not all on me, And that's why there should be more leftist people online covering as much as possible, because there'll be aspects of politics that I kind of lean towards and want to cover more than somebody else. But when we have all of us together combined, you get a very broad view of what's happening, and that's a good thing. And then there isn't so much pressure on just one person. So I can bring a perspective to the analysis that David Dole might not be able to bring, that Rachel Gilmore might not be able to bring, Steve Boots, Lance from the Surfs, all that sort of stuff. But they can also cover things that I don't have the energy to cover myself, or they uncover certain things. They know how to dig for information in ways that I don't know. So it's always good to support each other when it comes to leftist content creating, to prop each other up. Because if it was on one person to cover all of this, that person would just literally lose their mind. Like, the only reason why I suspect that this hasn't been making me go crazy is because I was already there. I have mental health issues. And so for me, it's kind of like, and this is what happened when a lot of people were struggling during COVID, but I was like, actually, I'm fine. Because like, for me, the distance between like where people were going, their mental health was like dropping to about here. but mine is already like here. So then there's only that much, which is a normal flux for me, like a fluctuation for me in my mental health. So when the baseline starts dropping to there and my baseline is here, this is normal flex. But with most people, it was dropping from like here to here, and they didn't necessarily know how to deal with it. But since I'm already in the zone of mental health issues and distress and knowing how to deal with it, it's actually easier for me, I think, in a way, to handle a lot of the noise and horrendous stuff that we're encountering on a daily basis and not go insane because I'm already there. That's my theory anyway. But yes, there's a provincial election happening here in Ontario. It is a snap election. It's the first time we're having a winter election here. Election date is February 27th, and I am worried. I'm very worried that Doug Ford is going to get reelected. He's a horrible person, but one thing I will never accuse him of being is stupid. He knows the game, and he plays it well. He is very good at strategy, and I wish the other leaders would learn a thing or two from him about it, but we don't have the time for it anymore because he knew ahead of time that he'd be calling a snap election, which allowed his party to start getting candidates and all the ridings and stuff. Whereas since the schedule of the election wasn't until next year, that means that for like the Liberals and the NDP, the Ontario Liberals and NDP, most of their ridings didn't have a candidate in it yet. And so suddenly they're having to vet and go through hundreds of candidates, like that, which is not something that they can do. They're not necessarily getting the best quality candidate that they want in. There's not enough prep. There's not enough time to be in the community, to spread the word ahead of time, all that sort of stuff. So this advantages the Conservatives greatly in this situation. But one riding that is not my riding that I'm paying particular attention to is Sarah Jama. Now, many of you may know her because I've spoken about her quite a bit. She was an Ontario NDP MPP, who was kicked out of caucus a few days after, because a few days after the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel, she said that there should be a ceasefire and that Palestinian lives matter. It's pretty much what she did, which was basically a stance that the NDP later also said that they were in favor for, but she did it first, and she did it vocally. Doug Ford also accused her of supporting rapists, doing some very liable actions there. And because Sarah Jama was standing up for herself towards that, the party kicked her out of caucus. So Sarah Jama is an amazing politician. She, the speeches she gives, just the activism. She's been arrested before trying to stop an encampment from being torn down. Like she is what you want in a politician, and the NDP kicked her out. Not only that, but so Hamilton NDP Riding Association wants review of Merritt Stiles' leadership after party won't let Sarah Jama run. So Sarah Jama actually applied to become the candidate for her riding again as an NDP MPP. And this would have been the easiest way for the party to let her back into it without it being like drama or headlines, to just simply accept her application. But instead, they said no, that Sarah Jama could not run as the NDP candidate for Hamilton Centre. Not only that, but they then have a candidate running against Sarah, which is really tearing apart the NDP Riding Association because most of them support Sarah Jama, who is now an independent. Normally, people who run as independent, even with a lot of name recognition, face an uphill battle when it comes to getting reelected. So far, fingers crossed, Sarah, it's looking like she's going to get reelected as an independent. What the NDP has done in this particular case is just an unforced error unlike any other I've seen before when it comes to this sort of thing in a party. Sarah Jama is running as an independent, but said she wanted to run with the NDP. Leaders of the New Democratic Party of Ontario Riding Association for Hamilton Centre say the party's process to nominate a candidate has been improper, and they're calling for a review of leader Merritt Stiles' leadership. Oh, she's getting a review after this because we'll get to some of the polling, which, to be fair, I don't like. I don't like polls and how they lead and things of that sort, but the Liberals are starting to pull ahead of the NDP. And after these past two elections, if the NDP couldn't pull it forward against Doug Ford, Merritt Stiles doesn't deserve to be the leader of that party. The NDP's decision to bar independent member from provincial parliament, Sarah Jama, from running made the Riding Association incredibly upset. Now, I have personal experiences with this. The person who becomes the candidate isn't necessarily the person the Riding Association wanted. It's not a very democratic process. So when I tried to become a candidate the second time, they refused my application. They refused to they said I didn't pass the vetting. Something about having a sense of humor and speaking my mind. So instead, they just appointed someone. So the Riding Association didn't get any say as to who the candidate was going to be. And it's not just me they've done this to. It is known throughout that quite often the NDP, the elitist establishment within it, will just appoint people they want to be the candidate for different riding associations, even parachuting in people if need be. So President Tom Baker said in a virtual news conference Tuesday, many Ontario NDP members inspired by Sarah have been shoved aside. So the volunteer base for the regular NDP riding association, I imagine, is quite small right now. Because most of the people who helped get Sarah elected as an NDP MPP, they're sticking with her. They believe in her. They agree with her. And so, I'm tempted to drive to Hamilton to door knock for her because she is so inspiring and I love her so much. And I need to reach out to her to see if I can get her on my show. Party leadership has disregarded the Riding Association and longtime NDP members who support JAMA Riding Association Vice President David I don't know how to say his last name, but I feature him a lot. He's very outspoken when it comes to Palestinian rights. Said, I think there could be a leadership review. I think that would be very justified. So we don't need to go into too much detail here because this is one riding and I don't want to focus too much on one riding because we just don't have the time. It's like the election's in 20 days. But I'll toss this into the sandbox. So that people can read up on it. But Sarah Jama, one of the best politicians we have. Oh, hello, Adrian Vixen. Okay, so more news. So before tariffs, Ford said he was 100% happy Trump won U.S. election in hot mic comments. So we heard the hot mic comments earlier from Rachel Gilmore talking about Trudeau's worry that Trump would come after our natural minerals and stuff of that sort. Here's another hot mic instance.
The province after Trump's it was meant to capture the mood of the province after Trump signaled his intention to follow through on tariffs. Doug Ford announced a $100 million deal Ontario signed with Elon Musk's Starlink would be canceled.
President Trump is the only person to be blamed. Maybe Elon Musk can call his buddy, and this is one of the ramifications.
The deal was signed in November as part of a competitive process to bring satellite internet to thousands of residents in rural Ontario.
I covered this at the time. This is a $100 million deal for 15,000 Starlink connections. He's paying, it was like 6,666, like the 6666 number, per connection, when if somebody had individually paid for it, it's like $500. Like, he is just funneling money to Elon Musk, government money to Elon Musk through this deal. And it should have never gone through in the first place. And so when all this tariff stuff was happening, he's like, okay, we're going to pull it back. We're not going to do the Starlink deal. That should continue. That should just totally be erased. But he immediately, the same day, when the tariffs were called off, we're like, okay, so we'll continue with this outrageously, horrendously negotiated contract with Starlink.
But just days after Trump's inauguration, Ontario's Liberals called on Ford to tear up the deal, a demand initially rejected as the deal was defended.
We went out for a transparent bid. They came out top. They're the largest in the entire world.
But as Ford runs for re-election, the contentious deal landed on the chopping block.
Of course, he has to tear up the Starlink deal. A bad deal that he made. It was a bad deal from day one.
And while the province was looking to prove a point,
this is principle. You know, he's part of the Trump team that wants to destroy families' incomes, destroy businesses.
Musk appeared to shrug it off, saying on social media, oh well. But now that the tariffs have been paused, so too have Ontario's retaliatory actions. American booze will return to the LCBO. American companies can once again bid on Ontario contracts. And that Starlink deal is being revived. Critics say all of this could have been done while Ford was still at Queen's Park instead of running for re-election.
There is not another premier in this country that would dream of such a thing. They know their people need them. They need to have a plan, and they need to be working hard for their people right now.
An election that other political parties maintain is unnecessary.
So there was a lot of confusion this afternoon after Trump decided to extend the tariff date until next for about 30 days. The office belonging to Doug Ford now says that essentially the Starlink deal is on hold. If the tariffs come into effect, the deal will be canceled. If there are no tariffs, the deal will continue to go through.
The deal needs to be canceled regardless. It is just an absolute ripoff. $100 million of our taxpayer money going towards this. It's just, and he claims to be like a good businessman and negotiator, that he even made the comment like, oh yeah, can you really see like Bonnie Stiles or Bonnie Crumby or Merritt Stiles going toe to toe with Donald Trump? Very misogynistic. But also, I don't want to see him going toe to toe with Donald Trump because he is horrendous at negotiating.
There was another moment here of note. Doug Ford was caught in a hot mic moment just moments after addressing the media here at his campaign HQ. It's a moment that we understand the premier was talking about Donald Trump. Take a listen.
And the election day, was I happy this guy won? 100% I was. Then the guy pulled out the knife.
So just.
Oh my God, the leopard ate my face. The leopard ate my face. I couldn't believe it. He like brought the kitchen knife with him to like slice off my face and eat it. How dare he?
Just to recap, Doug Ford there saying that he wanted Donald Trump to win on election night 100%. We reached out to Ford's team. We haven't heard back. Opposition parties are likely waiting for moments just like this to pounce because they've been looking to turn this election from tariffs back onto other issues like healthcare and housing. Reporting live, I'm Colin DeMello.
But the thing is that he actually, do I have it on here? I thought I still had it here. He said this after at the press conference. He's like, oh, I never supported Trump. So he got caught on the hot mic right after saying during the press conference. I never supported him. I might have it, but here we have just, again, Tom Parkin here saying, Ford signed a bad deal to buy 15,000 internet connections for $100 million. He thought that 6,667 connection was a good price. Now in the election, anyone can see it's always a bad deal, so he uses Trump as the reason to cancel it. How much will it cost to get no connections? Darn it, I had it somewhere. I get so frustrated when I have so many links that I'm like, But let's see. I think this is the uncensored version of the hot mic.
It was a candid moment caught on camera Monday.
And the election day, was I happy this guy won 100%? I was. Then the guy pulled out the knife.
No, this is the censored version.
Just moments after Doug Ford had denounced Donald Trump.
So this is exactly the clip that I was just looking for.
And the election day, was I happy this guy won 100%? I was. Then the guy pulled out the knife.
That came just moments after Doug Ford had denounced Donald Trump.
Do you still consider yourself a Trump supporter?
Absolutely not. It's been a disaster. I'd never support that guy in my entire life.
I never supported that guy in my entire life. Put the pin in it right there. So right after he's like, no, I was glad he won the election, but now he's like shoved the knife in my back and so I don't like him anymore.
The hot mic comment immediately became campaign fodder. NDP leader Marit Stiles suggested it was revelatory.
Doug Ford, he showed you who he is. And we know this guy, right? We know this. This is not news to us. This is who Doug Ford is. He says one thing when he's out front to the microphones, in front of all of you, and he says another one behind closed doors.
Doug Ford just said he was happy Donald Trump won the election.
The Ontario Liberals turned the moment into a quick campaign commercial. As Bonnie Crombie reasoned, Ford's comment showed off his character.
Somehow.
Yeah, so we get the point. This is the uncensored version, I believe.
In the election day, was I happy this guy won 100%? I was. Then the guy pulled out the knife and fucking yanked it in.
I think everyone knew what the word was anyway. But he claimed in this clip here earlier that, oh no, he never supported Donald Trump.
Do you still consider yourself a Trump supporter?
Absolutely not. It's been a disaster. I'd never support that guy in my entire life.
Except T-Dot resident found this old clip.
So, God bless the president. And don't get me wrong, full disclosure, I'm a big Republican. I'm a supporter, conservative-minded. And so...
Him, his family, they all supported Trump. Because that's not a secret. It's not. But just a reminder as to how horrible this person is. And just how corrupt his campaign is. So, Ford campaign manager partnered with U.S. firm that received Ontario government contract. As potential tariffs on Canadian goods put Ontario relationship with America under a spotlight, political opponents claim those close to Progressive Conservative Party leader Doug Ford may be benefiting from his approach to U.S. policy. Now, one thing that Doug Ford will say through one side of his mouth is like, oh, we need to support Canada, Canada first, blah, blah, blah. But then through the other side, he's putting all these contracts through for American companies over Canadian companies. Time and time again. Or other foreign companies, because he's funneling money into his buddies' pockets. That's all this is. And again, I don't know if there has been another government that has been so blatantly corrupt as what Doug Ford is. Like, it is obscene how rich his buddies are getting off of him. So weeks before Ford called a snap election with the threat of tariffs looming, his campaign director signed an executive partnership with Washington, D.C. based lobbying firm. That firm, Capital Counsel, recently received the government contract under the Ford's past administration for up to $1.3 million to help positions Ontario with the next American administration. It is so like Doug Ford to take care of his rich friends and rich insiders first, rather than the people of Ontario, to provide the very basics for people, Ontario Liberal leader Bonnie Crombie said on Sunday. The deal signed in August by Ford with Capitol Council included stipulation the American company devise a plan for the first 100 days of the new Congress and administration. So don't need to go through the rest of that. But again, more corruption. Like, it just... Lawsuit accuses former Ford staffer of back-channel contracts in alleged rezoning scheme. None of this is shocking. This is all out in the open. A lawsuit alleging 2 former Progressive Conservative staffers offered to use back-channel contracts to help rezone land may have created an opening for opposition leaders to try and focus Ontario election campaign on past government scandals. A statement of claim filed with Toronto court makes allegations about Ryan Amato, who was chief of staff to Steve Clark when Ford government briefly removed land from the Greenbelt, and Shiv Raj, who worked in the Premier's office. The lawsuit alleges the 2 men, along with a company called Frontier Group, offered to help get rezoning approval for several parcels of land using their back-channel contacts and political connections to facilitate and secure rezoning approvals for the properties. According to the statement of claim, the men did not work seriously on the rezoning and instead allegedly undertook an orchestrated conspiracy to defraud. The allegations, which have not been tested in court, were first reported by the Trillium. Amato and Raj's lawyer said the statement of claim contains false and baseless accusations. In my opinion, no, they're not. The lawyer of the Frontier Group also said they plan to defend the allegations. So Doug Ford had also said, hey, I'm going to send out these $200 checks to everyone in Ontario. I haven't received mine yet, but some people have, and they're bouncing. The checks are bouncing. These checks that Doug Ford is sending out they're bouncing. Some of them. Not all of them, some of them. I think it's just... And there's been reports all over social media of some people saying, it got sent to a former address of mine. It got sent to my dead mother. Like, it's just like all of this mayhem. So I might have a check sitting in a pile of ruin that used to be a building I lived in. I don't know. So Ford government rebate checks aren't clearing for some Ontarians, says CBC News. An estimated 150 to 200 people weren't able to cash their $200 checks. I want my $200 check. I know it's a bribe. It's not going to help me vote for him, but, I still, if he's sending it out, I want it. I'd much rather him not send out any of these checks and for everyone to have a family doctor. I would much prefer that. Some Ontarians have run into roadblocks when cashing their $200 checks from Premier Doug Ford's government. The taxpayer rebate checks, as the government calls them, have been on their way to millions of Ontarians over the past few days. But after receiving their checks in the mail, some Ontarians had trouble depositing their checks and seeing the money show up in their accounts. Christine Newton told CBC News she received her check on January 21st. She banks with that bank, whatever, and deposited a check through its mobile app by uploading a photo of it. There appeared to be problems until 2 days later when she checked her bank account and noticed it was in overdraft and that her $200 check hadn't been processed. The check had essentially bounced, she said. Just an absolute mess. My mom says that she has not received hers. My nephew has received his. Checks are still being mailed out. The Ford government announced in October that it planned on sending $200 checks to every Ontarian over the age of 18 to help with the cost of living. Parents are also getting an extra $200 per child. On January 17th, it said the checks were in the mail. I haven't received mine. Opposition leaders have criticized the government's choice to send the checks to every Ontarian regardless of their income level. To be eligible to receive money, Ontarians have to have filed income tax return for 2023, not be incarcerated in 2024, and not be bankrupt. So my taxes were filed. I am not incarcerated, and I have not called for bankruptcy. Neither has my mom. An estimated 12.5 million adults and 2.5 million children will be getting the money, with their program costing the Treasury an estimated $3 billion. That could have gone into our health care. I would have much rather that go into our health care. There will be added administrative costs on top of that, including for mailing the checks, but the Ministry of Finance says those costs are still being finalized and will be publicly available later in the year, after the election. Let's see. So this is important to note. Doug Ford, the guy who just blew $3 billion on vote bribe checks, doesn't think there is money for ODSP. ODSP being Ontario Disability Support Program, something that I rely on. And for those of us who are on ODSP, we know it doesn't cover the cost of living. It doesn't cover market rent for a one-bedroom apartment. So all parties except Ford's Progressive Conservatives are pledging to double ODSP rates. The PC says it's an unrealistic plan. Here's the thing, though. This is life-saving. To double the rates, and I can't open this article because I'm not paying Trillium for small teams, that's like an entire month income for someone like me. Oh, but for just $750, I can sign up for it. No. Stupid. News should be free. This type of news should be free. To double our rates means that a lot of people who rely on disability, they'll be able to pay for 3 meals a day. They'll be able to pay for all their medications that aren't covered, get their medical devices that aren't covered, maybe get transportation like a bus pass, actually be able to afford rent in a decent apartment, in an apartment they choose. This is life-saving for so many people who have to rely on disability payments to double the rates. But instead, he's bungling sending out $200 checks to everyone. And that includes all the millionaires and billionaires who don't need it. This is a choice. It is Doug Ford punishing people who are on disability. No one chooses to live with disabilities. It's not something we wanted in life. You know, I think I would have been nice if I had been sane most of my life. This is just... to have a job where I didn't have to worry about income, to be able to pay for little luxuries here and there, like to not have to rely on an Amazon wish list to build my studio, to you know, not have to rely on some very generous friends that I have to help me out with groceries and stuff. Because, you know, if all I had was disability to rely on, I live in a deficit. And that's just from rent, insurance, bills. You know, that my disability payments would just maybe barely cover all of that. But then there'd be no money for groceries and stuff of that sort. So I have to rely on the money that I get through my Patreon, through Google AdSense, through help from my friends in order to survive. Doubling my ODSP rate, my mental health would drastically improve. And you know, I'd be able to help other people more, because one thing I do when I have money, because I know what it's like to be without, is I help other people with their campaigns, or if they have a GoFundMe, or if, you know, the mutual support aid circles that are on Twitter and stuff of that sort, or if I know someone on Twitter who is like in desperate need of just like $25 so that they can get a meal, I do my best to help out there. But we shouldn't have to rely on each other. Doubling the rates means so many people don't live in this dire poverty and can actually get by. And Doug Ford is still refusing to do it. Now, I believe the Liberal Party is taking credit for this plan of doubling the rates, but the reality is they were late to it. They were going to increase it by a certain amount in the last election. But then after the Greens and the NDP said that they would double it, then they're like, oh yeah, we'll double it too. But now they're like trying to claim like they were the first to suggest. No, they weren't. And so here we have more from Colin D'Mello from Global News. I really like him. I rely on a lot of his reporting for my news aggregate. After a wobbly week on election campaign, Doug Ford's Progressive Conservatives shut down some media questions. Reporters were cut off during Ford's announcement in Pickering. The gallery has been told only 6 reporters from now on. This is a typical move from Doug Ford, especially now that there's controversy out, especially now that he can't just run on the tariffs, and he actually might have to answer some substance questions. He just doesn't. He just walks away.
This will be the last reporter.
Why? There's so many other people here.
Last question, guys. Hi there, Barb.
And territories, but thank you.
Thank you. This concludes today's press conference.
Well, thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate it.
Local campaign. It is this campaign.
I'll cut it off there because they start playing music. I don't know if there's issues with it, but the music was Doug Ford's team playing it. It wasn't, added to the video afterwards. This is actually being played in that room. Dramatic music as he just walks away from reporters. But this is a common tactic, and for some reason it's never interfered with his ability to get reelected. Conservatives, generally speaking, don't show up to debates, don't answer questions, and don't actually acknowledge what's in their platform, and somehow they're still getting reelected. Boggles the mind. But just a reminder of some of the horrendous things that he has done. Ford government unprecedented public money for surgeries at for-profit clinics. Cataract surgeries cost average $500 at public hospitals versus $1,200 at for-profit, and knee repair at Don Mills for-profit is over $4,000 versus the $1,200 to $1,600 at public hospitals. So this is where our taxpayer money is going to help these for-profit clinics as opposed to actually going into the public healthcare system.
Yeah, Melissa, the Ontario Health Coalition out with a new report that found the Ford government is giving an unprecedented amount of money to private for-profit clinics and private hospitals for them to build new operating rooms, while public hospitals in every region have operating rooms that are sitting idle the majority of the time. Now, through Freedom of Information requests, the report found government funding has increased for for-profit hospitals and clinics up to 300%. Compare that to public hospitals that have only received a 0.5% boost in the last budget. It also found private clinics are receiving considerably more funding per surgery than public hospitals. For instance, a cataract surgery would cost $500.
Okay. Sorry, I want to get through the rest of these because I'm starting to run out of steam and I owe you guys a clip. And we still have a fair bit to get through, but you get the point with this. And here's another thing that I don't think a lot of people are aware of, and it's really heartbreaking to think about it. Bill to reunite senior couples in care thrown off by provincial election. And so this is NDP MPP Catherine Fife. Now that the provincial election has been called, any outstanding pieces of legislation are wiped from the board, including a bill that would reunite senior couples separated in long-term care homes. This is one of the things that a lot of people don't take into consideration is when somebody goes into a long-term care home, if they're married or in a relationship with someone, do they also get a spot in that same home? Are they separated? And the answer is they are separated for a large part of the time, because it depends. If they don't need to go in a home, then they can't get into the home, or by the time they can get into a home, the only spots available are in a different home. So there's a bill that Catherine Fife was trying to put through to actually make sure that couples get to stay together. So Bill 21, or the Till Death Do Us Part Act, would reunite any senior couples living apart in long-term care homes and make it a priority to keep couples together as they enter the system. It's lonely enough already going into a long-term care facility. If you could at least go in with your partner, that would make it so much more bearable. Once Doug Ford called this election the self-serving election, everything on the order papers dies, says Catherine Fife, the 3-time MPP for Waterloo, who originally submitted the bill in 2019. She's been fighting for this for a while. I'll have to reintroduce it for the 4th time if I'm reelected. Bill 21 has passed its first reading and had been to committee level for over 600 days, says Fipe, with little to no action being taken. This government has had almost 7 years to do the right thing for seniors, and every time they make the wrong choice and turn their backs on seniors, she added. A longtime advocate for the bill, Jim McLeod, had been separated from his wife for over 7 years after she was moved to another long-term care home across town. Every day, McLeod drives 25 minutes from Fairway Mennonite Home in Cambridge Hilltop Manor to see his wife and spend time with her. He estimates he's made more than 2,600 trips, valuable time he wishes he could have spent with his wife in their final years. I'm just to the point where I consider most of the PC MPPs a bunch of jerks, says McLeod. I'm working not only for myself, but there are 4 of us in Fairview whose spouses are elsewhere. McLeod used to advocate for 6 seniors at his home, but 2 have had their spouses pass away while Bill 21 sat on a desk at Queen's Park. He's feared that he or his wife will not be alive should this bill eventually be passed. I'm tired and I'm almost to the point where I should give up, but I'll fight till I fight to the end, he said. The Conservatives don't care. They just don't. So here we have a little bit more of some other platforms. So from Colin from Global News saying, Ontario Liberal leader Bonnie Crombie in Scarborough for healthcare announcement starts the announcement with something else. Doug Ford has spent this week reminding of us his long-standing support of Donald Trump and the president who wants to annex us. Oh, this is why I highlighted this. I'm going to be putting a lot of this into a video. One of my video projects, once I'm done my TYT project, is just to list off and find articles related to all the shit Doug Ford has done. So you can go to Smart Voting, and I have that, I'll be covering that later on, and choose the best local candidate to defeat the Conservatives. So this is basically voting ABC, anyone but Conservative. And this is, here's a list of some of the damage Ford has done to a generation of Ontarians. Reduce oversight on the environment, cuts funding for guide dogs for visually impaired, removal of for-profit maximum threshold, big box daycare coming. 2 of 4 credit rating agencies downgrade Ontario from stable to negative. Promise to allow pot dispensaries within 150 meters of schools. Opposed. Promise not kept. Okay. Cut all funding for College of Midwives retroactively. Oops. Hey, don't eat this. Promoted white supremacy and paid 0 political price for it. Cuts in pay for family doctors working in new primary care model. Ontario introduced counter storage of docs. So basically stuff that I can find a relating article to. I'm going to be doing a video where that's all I do. I'm not going in depth on the stories. I'm just listing them off, and then people can do the research themselves by Googling the articles that I have. But here's another smaller list. So everything Doug Ford has done in the 8 years he's been premier. The license plate scandal, where he had license plates designed that you couldn't see in the dark. The Greenbelt scandal, Ontario Place scandal, Science Centre scandal, LCBO scandal, Service Ontario to Staples scandal, car theft is rampant, healthcare crisis, and so on and so on and so on. And this is what I'm afraid of. So Sherry DeNovo is just saying, vote Ontario, don't let others decide your future for you. People died so you could. And this is pointing out the last provincial election. The Conservatives won with 18% of possible votes. 57% of people did not vote. And as you can see, you have 10%, 10%, 5%. So between the other parties, you have 25% of the vote versus the Conservatives' 18% of the vote. But due to our first past the post system, 18% gave him a majority of seats. despite this, it is so important for people to vote. Just vote for the least worst option, anyone but conservative. Because this is what I'm worried about. Ontario election, PC show biggest lead since turn of the century. Again, I'm not a huge fan of these polls, but I'm feeling it. When I'm out in public and I hear people talk, I'm feeling this is the way it's going. No, don't eat this while I'm trying to play this video.
Are going on the offensive.
Looking forward.
It might be the early days of the election campaign, but already parties are going on the offensive.
Looking forward to getting out across the province.
The NDP veering into progressive conservative territory.
How are you?
Doug Ford campaigning in NDP-held ridings.
And I'm Bonnie Crombie.
And the Liberals door-knocking in ridings they are hoping to flip. All of it signs of what parties are hoping will be a competitive campaign.
The big issues for
race might actually be. The top numbers show the progressive conservatives have 50% support. The Liberals are at 24, the NDP at 20, and the Greens at 6.
They had 18% previously.
This is the biggest lead we have seen any party have in Ontario since the turn of the century.
When asked who would make the best premier, 46% picked Ford, a 20-point lead over Crombie.
When you look at all the top issues that people are most concerned about, mostly, by the way, economic, the progressive conservative party is well ahead on.
Doug Ford has been so fucking bad for it. He's been so bad for our economy, for just, people's daily lives and cost of living and affordability. He's been so bad for it. How the hell is this happening?
Those numbers.
Progressive conservative insiders are expressing confidence that the party can capture new ridings in the north while targeting NDP ridings in southwestern Ontario. The polling also determined that the next few weeks could also favor the progressive conservatives, regardless of whether tariffs or health care becomes the main issue.
The Liberals and the NDP basically split on those issues. So even if they did rise up as being more important issues in the election campaign, voters aren't really decided on who they should vote for. If the issue turns into one specifically about tariffs, then it's an advantage for the Conservatives.
However,
at least we don't have to worry about the tariffs, but just scrolling down. So yeah, best premier for Ontario, 46%. And part of it, again, is people can't tell these two people apart. Bonnie Crombie and Merritt Stiles, you can't tell them apart. In policy, they look alike, but how they present in front of the camera, everything. They're the same person. Is there another one? 46% believe Ford's government has done a good job and deserves re-election. Over 80,000 people are in homeless encampments. The cost of rent has skyrocketed. Groceries are unaffordable. There's over 3 million people without a family doctor. Wait times in hospitals have gone out of control. The for-profit clinics have been gaining money while the private healthcare system has been drained. There's been scandal after scandal. Money wasted. Billions and billions of dollars wasted. But somehow 46% of people still think he's done a good job. The amount of social murder this man is responsible for is just unconscionable. But people are okay with it. It blows my mind how this is happening when we know how corrupt he is. It's not even hidden. And a lot of this has to do with people who just won't bother to get out. I will vote shame. I will vote shame. If you don't get out and vote in this provincial election and you have the ability to, it is just the amount of people who won't make it to the next election. Had anyone else been in power, This is just, people need to get out and vote. It's just, you need to vote. It blows my mind how he is still so popular. Like, it does and it doesn't, because he's very, again, folksy and stuff. But here's some stuff that the NDP are doing. So the NDP is highlighting what they say are bad deals signed by PC leader Doug Ford. And this will be, again, more of my video that I'll be doing about the Ford government. Handed over $100 million to Starlink after Trump and his crony must have profited tariffs, whatever. Signed a sketchy 99-year lease with an Austrian company to build a luxury spa that every Ontario household will subsidize for $400 each. Tried to sell off the Greenbelt to his wealthy friends, resulting in an ongoing RCMP corruption investigation into his government. And here we have Diana Chan McNally saying this is a good platform. While I'd like to see more specific figures and targets attached, the Ontario NDP platform on encampments offers key policy changes to address mass homelessness in Ontario. So this is from the NDP here. Doug Ford's Ontario, one where encampments have become the new normal because after 7 years, he has failed on housing, healthcare, and affordability. Ontario NDP will end encampments by investing in real housing solutions and giving people the support they need. Build 60,000 supportive housing units, safe permanent homes with wraparound supports like mental health care and addiction treatment. Upload shelter funding to the provinces. To the province, cities shouldn't be left scrambling to fund shelters while Ford hoards money. Expand housing benefits, moving people out of shelters into homes, freeing up shelter space and helping more Ontarians get back on their feet. Prevent homelessness before it happens. That's a big one. Because what's often excluded when you talk about this sort of thing is the amount of people who are precariously housed. People who are on the verge of becoming unhoused or are living in toxic, abusive situations because they can't afford to move anywhere else. So protect renters, stop illegal evictions, and double social assistance so more people can afford to stay in their homes. So that is a very agreeable platform that Diana also seems to be on board with. I'm going to skip over this story, but I'll just show it on screen so people can look into it if they want. But it's more, I don't know. As Doug Ford sparks election, his daughter crowdfunds for a lawyer for her cop husband. Sure, why not? So daughter of sitting premier has posted a GoFundMe to fund her husband's legal fees. The catch, he's up against his employer, the police force, and they don't tell you what happened, but still want you to give them money. The Fords are worth millions. This is sketchy, and I want somebody to look more into it who knows how to dig into this. And then somebody's just mentioning, hey, Doug Ford, did you know your daughter and her police officer husband are begging strangers for $100,000 because they don't accept evidence-based science? Didn't GoFundMe stop taking donation for court cases? It vaguely has something to do with them being anti-vax and being kicked out of the force for not doing the vaccination. They've raised over $18,000 so far. Over the last few years, I've made some very tough decisions and I've faced a ton of public scrutiny simply for sharing information that I knew in my heart people need. Yeah, it's a bunch of nothing. Actually, there was one thing in the article I think I wanted to go over. Oops. Oh, I have to click on read more, don't I? So now she and her husband embroiled in a police act tribunal, and he is getting no financial support from the Toronto Police Association, hence the crowdfunding to raise $100,000. If he's part of the police force and they're not helping him, I suspect there's something far more going on. That's just my opinion. But also, The Toronto Police and the Toronto Police Association have indicated they are aware of the public pleas on social media. We can't speak about the disciplinary matters unless the officer appears before the disciplinary tribunal, at which time the information would become public. Basically, her dad, Doug Ford, has no comment on this so far. Premier Ford's office has not so far returned an email request for comment, but in a 2022 story in the Toronto Sun, the Premier did acknowledge the pain of having a disagreement in the family over management of pandemic response. Christia has not appeared in family Christmas cards and often display her opposition to mask and vaccine lockdown mandates on social media. But this latest public appeal has raised the stakes. It's a very concerning situation. Ford, to his credit, was one of the few premiers that would be like, when COVID first started, it's like, nope, we need to do the proper things. Everyone needs to mask up, that sort of thing. His daughter, apparently not so much. I checked if this was there, it's no longer there, but oh my God, this is so funny that somebody who did a donation to the GoFundMe just put $5 in and said shady developer. I checked, it's not there anymore, so it might have been removed, but that's kind of hilarious. Oh. So for people who want to get rid of Doug Ford, here's a smart voting guide. So if you're in Ontario or you know somebody in Ontario, I'm tossing this into the sandbox. So it's stop vote splitting, and it's just basically talks about figuring out like who's in the best position to beat the Conservative in the riding and to vote for that person and rally behind that person. And so that's a guide on how to do that. Also for people who need to know this, because again, it's such short notice that a lot of people, you know, part of the problem with having it in February, a lot of people go on vacation this time of year if something comes up. So how and when to cast your ballot as Ontario holds first winter election in more than a century. And so this is if you need to do advance voting, which I will actually have to do because I'm busy on election day. So this will help you figure out where you can go and where you can go to find out the information should you need to vote early. So with all of that out of the way, I have a little bit of a heads up, something I'm a little flattered over. I was approached by a candidate for an interview. First time I've been approached for it. They want to come on my show. The person is Brooklyn Wallace for Kitchener Center, and if she gets elected, she would be the first trans woman in Queen's Park. So it's weird being the second trans woman nominated by the ONDP while there's active attacks against my community south of the border. I have friends who are at risk of losing healthcare. It's also sort of feels like I shouldn't talk about it, else I'll be seen as the trans one. And a lot of politicians, again, they're staying away from anything in support of trans folks in fear of becoming woke. And she says, but I cannot just ignore the state of the states. My friends, my sisters, brothers, and siblings are targets in an attempt to erase trans people. The U.S. government has erased the T on its websites. I care about Ontario. I care about Kitchener, but I care about Americans too. So I must denounce the executive orders Trump has used to target my American trans family, and they are unscientific, fueled by fear-mongering and culture war garbage, and are doing nothing but attempts to force trans people into hiding. Stay strong, we can get through this. So I am interviewing her next week. Not all my questions for her will be easy though, because I have, and it's not about her so much as her party, the Ontario NDP, that I have issues with. So Granted, I'm going to be biased because they approached me first. Her team approached me first. So I'm like, okay, yeah, you're going to be cut a lot of slack. I'm not afraid in hiding my in revealing my biases and playing favorites. But just super cool. So I'll be recording that next week and hopefully have it out for everyone shortly after that. But I'm actually very much looking forward to this because from what I've learned about her so far, she sounds like an amazing person. And here's a funny to end on before I show you guys the clip. Letter hack, masterpiece artwork right here. Your interpretation of this image may show a lot about your own contributions to what you know as the online left. And this is actually a good lead in to the clip that has been fundraised for you guys to see. Kind of love this image. So as I was saying earlier, that if I got over $40 in super chats, I would give you guys a sneak peek of the of one of the montages that I did that nearly broke me. It nearly broke me. I was just, for the length of clip it is, what I had to go through for it, it nearly broke me. But before we get to that, just a reminder again, you know, do a nice little shout out. Where is it? There we go. Boom. LT9K Day. There you go. Artwork courtesy of the Letter Hack. And I'm sure he'll be talking about it should he go live, which I imagine he will be. Because he usually does stuff on Fridays starting at like 10 p.m. So, well, I should be off by then. So I'm going to quickly check the sandbox and then I will give you said promised clip. I can see people are talking about food and you know it's way too late in the evening to be talking about food. Because I don't eat meals beforehand. Otherwise, my stomach gets all gurgly on you. Looney Tunes 9000 says, welcome Vanguardians. Thank you for rating Left of the Box. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the Vanguard now. Is it an official raid or people just telling them in the chat to come see me? They're going to be featured a fair bit. Well, most leftist content creators are going to be featured because I have montages. This video I'm working on about TYT. I have over 100 reference videos. I'm not joking. I'm not. It's unlisted playlist right now. I'll make it public after I'm done this video because I'm going to challenge people to check my sources. If they suspect or they want to accuse me of taking anything out of context, they can see the source. I'm not hiding any of the sources. They can see it. They can go back and watch it and see the full context. Because yes, I'm going to have a ton of clips in this video. But they're all going to be done in good faith and within context. And so if anyone wants to try to accuse me of taking anything out of context, the source is there. I challenge them to prove that I'm taking anything in bad faith. So let's see. Hello, Bo Zed. Not sure I've seen you in the sandbox before, so welcome. And we also have Soul Life and Chuck Reynolds, Shemagli. Welcome, welcome everyone. B-Cat. I think I've said hi to B-Cat already, but hi again. Atticus Among Us. Welcome. Mozart, welcome. Have I mentioned how completely fucked we all are? I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. And Adrian Vixen has also showed up. Hello. Bo Zed, don't worry. We'll get Left of the Box to the moon in no time. I would actually love to visit the moon. I always kind of wanted to be like a real astronaut. Going to... Well, not a real, like a real astronaut is like Star Trek level astronaut, like go and explore the stars and stuff. And I remember when I was like a teeny tiny kid, I used to fantasize about building my own spaceship and just going and exploring space all by myself and just leaving this world behind me. Go see the nebulas with my own eyeballs. So Life, why is Jugmeat chilling in the background? I did feature him earlier because he actually came out quite forcefully against Donald Trump, saying that he's going to take over the Gaza Strip. Credit where credit is due. Jugmeat did do that. He's been weak on a lot of other things. No doubt about that. I think there should be a leadership review in the NDP after this next, well, there should be one now. But he did come out and speak against Donald Trump about his plans on taking over the Gaza Strip. So credit to him on that. Let's see. People talking amongst yourselves? In Vegas, don't they serve lunch in the pool, says Bo said? I don't know. I know some resorts do that. It's weird. I don't like it. It's kind of like you're just then making soup that you're bathing in. And Bozet also asking, license plates were just for himself or he sold them? No, he switched the provincial license plates to a new design and they didn't test them ahead of time. And with the way the city lights were and stuff like that, basically they became invisible and you couldn't read anything on them because it was like a dark blue black background with a light blue print. So they had to all be recalled. So Life, well, it is fast food. Okay, you guys are talking about food. Because I always get hungry this time of day because, like I said, I don't eat like a full meal ahead of time sometimes because then my stomach makes all these weird noises. Hello, the Wild West. They always blame the feds for all this even though it's a provincial government's fault. They do a lot of that. It's all about the jurisdiction. Hello, Tracy Eva. A lot of people seem happy that I got my somebody approached me for an interview. I actually want to reach out to a whole bunch of candidates too, because like I say, I need to be focused more on the provincial election. It's just the timing of everything. I had already started the TYT thing, and it's like I can't not focus on, like I can only focus on one big project at a time. And with the amount that Anna and Jen keep on talking, I'm worried that if I'll put it off until after the election, and then it's going to like double the length of this video. I want it done so I can be done with it, to just kind of move on. Hello, Schmegli. Did I say hi to you yet? I don't know. No. Okay, so let me tell you a little bit about this clip that we're going to get into. So, like I said, I have over 100 videos that I have for reference. Only somebody who is autistic and ADHD can pull off what I'm doing. Autistic, ADHD, and OCD. Because here is only one instance of my video editing program. I had to make 2 of them because it's too full. And it was lagging and it was causing the program to crash. Because you see all those tiles there? They're like clips. Most of them are clips from like different videos that I've clipped from. Some of them are images that I've thrown in so that I like, okay, this image is inserted here type thing. And the thing is that I'm doing all of this work ahead of time so that when I get to recording my aspect of it and editing it in, it actually won't take that long because all of these montages and everything will already be made. But I've had to make like 2 of these screens. And so all these flags here are just different, things. Like here's some comments about the beer that Jank has. Here's a section about Bonnie, Ben Dixon, about his claim that we're always saying we hate the right and whatnot, and so on and so forth. I should be able to get the montages done tomorrow because I have most of the money one done, where it's like sketchy money things. But the one that will take a while, because it all depends on framing and stuff, is, so I have montages put together about, you know, Lance from the Serfs, Ben Dixon, Mondale, and stuff. But Sam and Emma kind of go into their own category, the way that Cenk and Anna have been attacking them and given their history and just, you know, everything that's been going on between them. So they're getting their own kind of section in this video, and I'm still working on that. But I worked on this one particular montage because it was bugging me. And here's the thing. I'll show you the first part of it, and then I'll talk about why it took me over 10 hours. It took me over 10 hours to do this. This clip, when I'm looking at it, it's about 4 minutes long. And here's the first part that leads into it. And sorry, the screen is going to be a bit small. It's just up here, but you'll still hear it and whatnot. So this is, again, it's like the way that a lot of this is going is that you'll see one side, then hear the other, and so on and so forth.
Emma literally said,
I need to put my earphones in so I can hear what's going on. I took this from a Vanguard episode and I had to snip it up because they kept on talking and I just wanted this clip and I couldn't find it originally, even though I searched like hell.
Emma literally said that me being like talking about being sexually assaulted by a homeless guy, you know, that's the kind of titillating stuff that we like to talk about. Titillating.
It took you
fucking
forever.
Titillating.
It took you forever to say it on air.
Okay, I've never talked about that on the show. I've never called her out on the show for saying that disgusting comment. Okay, I'm calling her out now. And I also think arguing that you should sit on a train and be literally assaulted, punched in the face by someone because they might be having a mental episode, but you shouldn't complain about that, is stupid. I thought that point that she made was stupid.
She
Been dying to say that forever. Stupid. Okay, that's not the type of politics that wins people over. Most people don't want to be punched in the face by someone who's severely mentally ill and probably should be institutionalized if they're acting that way in public and harming others.
She said it was bougie to complain.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well,
nothing's more bougie than some elitists telling people, working class people trying to get to and from work, that they should accept being punched in the face.
Well, I don't think it will shock many of you. Here's what Emma actually said when it came to the bougie thing.
He's exhibiting the symptoms of a sick society, and he is sick himself because of our society. And for that crime, for the crime of having symptoms, he's executed. And I'll just say this really quick as well, quickly. I was hit at one point sitting on the subway by a man who was having a mental health episode. He sat next to me and he was elbowing and kind of flailing around and hit me in the face and in my body. And it was jarring, right? The idea that I would want him to be hurt in any way, I just didn't want to be near him in that moment because I understood something was going on here. Every one of us who's taken public transit has had this kind of situation, something similar happen, seeing someone struggling. That doesn't mean that our fear in that instance, and I was a little scared because I was hit.
It's a problem. Like it's people that need help.
But like my fear is not the primary object of like what we should be focusing on right now. It's the fact that this person is in pain. And so like the politics of dehumanization privileges the bourgeois kind of concern of people's like immediate discomfort in this narrow instance, as opposed to larger humanity and life. It's really freaking twisted.
For anyone with any sort of journalistic integrity or anything, to say that first part, like the way that Cenk and Anna were saying, oh no, she was claiming it was bougie and that you should get hit on the face. If that is your interpretation of what she said, you shouldn't be in the business. You just shouldn't be in the business. Now, that clip was relatively easy to find. But Anna also accused Emma of saying that Emma said that Anna's sexual assault was titillating. And I'm pretty sure most of us can be like, I seriously doubt that. I do vaguely remember Emma saying something about titillating before, but again, I didn't think she was saying that Anna's sexual assault was titillating, because that's just not something Emma would say. So here's the thing that you can do. With YouTube videos, if you go down to the bottom of the description box, you can find a transcript, and that's auto-generated, and you can open it up. And when you open it up, it shows up at the side where the sandbox is. You can then do a Control F for a word search. Now, titillating, it's not a common word. And it also has a very unique spelling for the first bunch of digits and stuff. So it's really easy to find. And I do remember Emma had said those words before, titillating, in the context of some sort of crime. So I decided to search. 2 years worth of Majority Report Fun Half episodes. For any instance, Emma said titillating. For those of you who know how the links work with Majority Report, you have to click on the live show that they did, the live stream, but then there's a second link in the description box that you have to click to get to the full episode. You see, for some reason I was thinking, oh, this shouldn't be too bad. That's only 52 episodes, because for some reason I was thinking weeks instead of days. And once I got started, I couldn't stop. I clicked on over 1,000 links in one sitting to do these word searches. Now, granted, I was only doing word searches in half of them because, again, click on one link to get to the second link. So in roughly 500 videos, I did a word search for titillating. And I found roughly 8 instances of anyone saying that word. But once I started, I couldn't stop. I was not well when that was done. I was not well. And through all of that searching, this is what I found. Again, 2 years worth of Majority Report Fun Half episodes. 500 episodes for roughly. This is what I could find of Emma saying titillating was something to do with crime.
It's gone so far with outlets like The Post and suburban moms reading true crime or listening to true crime, and dads reading, right-wing tabloids that have all these fantasies, contributing to this homeless demonization, where most people that I speak to who actually live in cities don't have the perspective that is so dominant right now in this Jordan Neely story. That's usually coming from people not living in the cities. And look, I grew up outside the city, and I do see that difference now that I've lived here for some years. So it's like this suburban titillation and demonization and fear that it's at a fever pitch right now.
That the inflammatory things, like for instance, like the city bike thing, which I think is still unclear exactly what happened there, but like that sort of content is being pushed more and more these days. Like it's really, I think, and there's a big appetite for it on the right, of like this weird sort of like people who are never in urban environments.
It's titillating for them.
Yeah, to like see like, oh, look at this area, it's entirely like either like barren or are like scared. There's homeless people there. Or something like that.
Right.
It's hard to like say, like you said, like people don't listen to like stats and stuff, but this is something where like that is super important. Like no one considers this until a crime happens to them. Like no one walks through their everyday where crime doesn't happen to them and say, oh, everything's so safe, crime isn't happening to me. They ever only think about this when it does. Like the absence of crime is not something people think of. That's the default.
But it's you're right, Bender, but it's also people like get titillated by it, to be honest with you, that haven't experienced it before. So like it's driven a lot by, specifically in New York, people that live in suburbia that are obsessed with property values, that come into that read the New York Post, and women that listen to true crime or something like that. And they're almost just like, wow, God, it's so.
And Anna's sitting there like, oh my God, she's so talking about me right now. Suburbia and true crime, and she's talking about me. She's not.
So scary, all these black and brown people in New York, and they'll read the New York Post, or if people just keep their TV on, every local news story is about some sort of crime, which completely misrepresents the trends, So I think it's also like the prospect of it having to people, there's this, I don't know. I it's hard for me. It's almost titillating is the only word I can think of, honestly.
And that's it. That is it. Over 3 years, or 2 years, those 3 clips, Emma says the word titillating, and it has any sort of reference to crime. And none of them are about Anna. And none of it is about, Emma finding it titillating or anything of that sort. She's talking about how the right wing tends to find these stories titillating, or how, certain classes of people who are protected in their houses, how they're titillated by these stories. She never said she thought Anna's sexual assault was titillating. And I have been seeing it out of the side of my eye here, people talking about Anna's claim. She was sexually assaulted. When she was out, I don't want to get too graphic, she's talked about it a few times. She was out walking her dog. She bent over to pick up the dog's poop, and a couple of unhoused guys who were mentally unwell, one of them came up behind her, grabbed her by the hips, and dry humped her. So it is real. She's talked about it a few times. And that's where a lot of her turn in how she's covered news has happened since. But yeah, Emma never said her assault was titillating. But the anger in Anna's voice over it, oh my God. But yeah, I sat down and for over 10 hours, click link, copy paste. I had a system because I would see 4 thumbnails. And the thing is that you can't just click on the thumbnail and then back up and be where you were in your search. Because when you back up to the list of the live streams, it puts you back to the top of the page, which doesn't work. So I would copy the link, post it in a new tab, scroll down, click on the second link, scroll down, click on the transcript, hit Control F, and look for titillating. And then what I would do, so I wouldn't lose track, was I had things on my desk, 4 objects on my desk, and then I had this thing here, this little green stone thing that I have, and every time I clicked on a new thumbnail, I would move it over one, so I wouldn't lose track of where I was in the row, because I get so distracted that I'll look back and I won't necessarily know which one was which. And so every time I clicked on a new thumbnail, I would have to move this so that I wouldn't lose my spot. And then I would only scroll down 1 row at a time, so I know the row at the bottom that I'm like. But I Googled it, and there are roughly 520 work days in the year or something like that. Or 560. Was it 500? I Googled it. And so I subtracted. I think maybe it was just 520. I Googled how many work days are in the year. And then I subtracted some because there are days where they're doing special shows, so I didn't have to do a Control F for those ones because they weren't in studio days, you know, holidays and stuff. Also, some where Emma wasn't there, but Sam was. So I wouldn't go through the second step because I would still have to open up the video and click to see if it was just Sam in that day or not. Because it's not like you could just tell by the thumbnails, because lots of the thumbnails feature just Sam without Emma, even though she's in the show. So I had to click on all of them, but I didn't necessarily have to do a Control F for all of them. So I'm estimating roughly 500 word searches in the transcripts. Just to get what you saw. That's it. That's it. Emma vindicated. Oh. Checking the sandbox. Let's see. BCat, yeah, I really wish I had an engineer brain. Okay, you guys are talking about food again. Jet saying Anna and Shank are talking because they know you're working on this video, lol. They keep talking because they know you're working on this video, lol. I don't think Jank remembers me at all, even though we did have a conversation on the conversation. BCat, you can always do a follow-up video if you're so inclined, Sandy. I don't think I'll need to. Like, I think this video will really spell out everything quite clearly. And my goal is to then not be so focused on TYT after this. This is kind of like a one and done thing. And like I said, I'm not in the habit of breaking them up or anything. Like, it's not to say that I'll never talk about TYT again. Like, if there's something very significant that comes up, then I will. But I think this is, for me, a way of just kind of removing them off my plate. Like, you can't be more thorough than what I'm being in this video about a lot of where they're going, my message that I'm saying to primarily the audience of TYT, and asking them, like, why are you still a fan when I present you with all of this information? And I'll add in some humor and things of that sort. But yeah, I just kind of want to be with it when it's done. Like, I suppose the only reason why I would do a follow-up is if it gets acknowledged by Jank or Anna. And that would be fun. But I don't think yeah, even when I was brought up in one of the videos, I did get mentioned. Let's see. Do I have it on this one? Dollcast. They mentioned me. It's kind of funny too.
Because I know it must be hard, like with all the pushback that you guys received, like on the Young Turks. Like, I know it's not just Benny that you guys had issues with. It was also like SandeeLovas as well as Mike. I believe it's Figueroa, who are two other LGBT members who left your guys' show. And it's like, do you ever just find yourself like, because I know like one of these issues was.
Jane doesn't say anything about me and mentions that Mike was never really a part of the network. The full clip is there, but I'm like, she's trying way too hard to mispronounce my name. It's easy to mispronounce my name. You just say it like most people mispronounce it, as Lovas. That's not how you say my name. And I have some jokes involved with that, but I'm like, oh, I got mentioned, but Cenk didn't say anything about me. He will. He will. Looney Tunes 9000, Anna dropping F-bombs, that's new. It was in a bonus episode. That clip was from a bonus episode, so they can swear in the bonus episodes. The Wild West, I stand Emma, and I take the train, yeah. Shemagli, Anna is a propagandist for the ruling class, LMAO. Looney Tunes 9000, Emma spitting facts. B-Cat, they're so disingenuous. She didn't, yeah. But Looney Tunes, clearly Anna wasn't sexually assaulted. She was. And there was in there a video that I have planned originally a long time ago about her specifically talking on the PBD podcast in a lot of the anti-trans stuff, which has become relevant again. So I still might actually complete that video, which will not even be close to this type of project that I'm doing right now. But she has explained on a couple podcasts what happened. I jumped. Where was I? B-Cat. Well, Loons, we shouldn't discount her experiences, but that doesn't mean she's justified in her tirade against unhoused people. And Anna goes around and says that people on the left were saying, oh, you shouldn't talk about it, and then saying that we were all saying that the guy was black when actually he was white. None of that happened. Okay. Nobody on the left was saying you shouldn't talk about it, and nobody on the left was saying, I bet he's black. That was not happening. And nobody was attacking her for saying it out loud or anything. B-Cat, Anna, and Cenk have yet to produce evidence of any of their accusations. And that point will be in the live stream because somebody during a bonus Q&A episode, somebody did say like, hey, where are the clips of all these people calling you Nazis? And Cenk's like, oh, we don't do that type of thing on our show. Yes, they do. There's a whole segment of Anna talking about Laura Loomer and her Twitter fight. Again, there's going to be there's a lot of information in this video. It's all connected. It's all connected. But this isn't just about drama. Like, there's points in it basically asking, like, TYT fans, why are you still a fan if you have any integrity in what you're watching? But also it's about building leftist solidarities. I don't want to see people attacking TYT fans for being a TYT fan. I don't want to see TYT fans attacking other people for not being TYT fans. And it's about, you know, repairing the rift that Cenk is causing by constantly accusing this radical left of being so unreasonable and extreme in so many ways. And it's like, he's lying. Like, he's just lying about all of it. Shemagli, so basically Anna is taking things Emma said totally out of context and recontextualizing them to be about herself. Yep. They do a lot of that. It's shocking how much they do that and then what they accuse people of saying. Because there's the clip 0, as I call it. Because, like, Cenk and Anna used to get into little tiffs with Emma. More Emma than Sam. about the birthing person thing. And so those were some mild tiffs, but at some point, Cenk and Anna went completely off the rails towards Sam and Emma. And I know the clip. And it was Cenk and Anna taking stuff that Sam and Emma were saying completely out of context and making it all about them. It's all explained in the video. But I call that clip 0 in their war. Let's see. Where'd it go? BCat, well, we know Anna and Cenk won't be swayed by being confronted with their own hypocrisy given their behavior the last couple of years. Yeah, so this isn't about, like, I will make a plea to Cenk in this video, but I know it's not. This is more about targeting the TYT audience than it is about them. Jet, I can't speak for Anna, but Cenk is behaving as if his worldview would shatter if he actually concedes being wrong. Let's see. BCat Jet, he's desperately trying to convince people that he's switched up is fueled by a desire to unite both sides rather than ego and money. Well, I will talk about my theories as to what is going on in Cenk's brain with this one. in what he's been doing. And it's very different than what Anna's been doing. Like they're motivated by different things. Imagine that. Don't want to give away too much of the good stuff in my video though. Like I said, there's a lot of really important points that I'm trying to get across and whatnot. And I'm hoping to maybe condense down some of these montages, make them smaller. Like it looks really long because they're all spread out on these things. But once they're all squished together, it probably won't take as long. And I don't have that much of my own personal dialogue that I'm adding into these. So hopefully the video, like originally I was like, I can keep this down to an hour. I should never say that. I should never say that. Shamaically, I think Cenk would deny he's really ever changed his position. Oh yes, he denies that, and this video will absolutely prove that is not the case. Absolutely prove it is not the case, and he has. Yeah, so tomorrow I think I can get all the montages done, because it's just more of the Sam and Emma montages that I need to get done, a little bit on the sketchy money segment to get done. And one other that came to mind that is relatively small, and I know where the clips are that I want to clip from. So I should be able to get that done tomorrow. Then Sunday I'm relaxing by working on my book and doing the edits on it that I want so that I can see about getting that available in paperback, because I want that ready by the time this video is out. And it will just be a nice break for me to just escape into that video, or not that video, into my book again, into that world. Anyway, it is 10 p.m. here. And I think chances are the letter hack is live right now. Let me check. Yep, letter hack is live. So everyone can go over to, do I know how to do it? Where I actually just send all of you guys automatically over there? There is a way of doing it. Let's see, do I know how to do it? But before I do that, just thank you everyone to coming out. You know the routines, the stuff here. Boom, 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 boom. Thank you to everyone who's become a patron. Really appreciate it. These are all my social medias. Check out my art. I have an Amazon wish list linked in the description box below. Things from there will just help brighten my day, or it can help build my studio, my art, make my cats happy, all of that sort of stuff. And thank you so much to everyone who's already helped out financially in any way. There's a PayPal link in the description box below. All money I get from that goes directly towards vet bills for my cat Frodo, who is still doing well, but he has ongoing medical conditions. Same with any e-transfers. If you're in Canada, you can transfer to SandeeLovas@gmail.com. All of that money is specifically for vet care. And let's see. Thank you to the mods. Looney Tunes 9000. Happy LT9K day. And yeah, everyone, head over to the letter hack. I'll do the end screen. If you don't go over there automatically, then go over there manually. I'm going to see if I can do it on. I'm going to see if I can do the switch. If not, just head over there. I don't know when my next live stream will be, but stay tuned. So, all right, I gotta do this first. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.